What's up, guys? Welcome to the flight today. I'm gonna try to do our return flight back to Phoenix, Arizona. This is the plan. Got a few clouds building in here. We have a departure time about 3 minutes from now. We're typically always late with our airline here, but all's good. So we're gonna get fueled up now. Try to make our way back to we're gonna make our way to Arizona. We got 265 folks we're taking with us today. I hope everyone's doing well. Appreciate you guys being here. We got 265 packs. We're gonna be departing with about 456,000 pounds gross. We got reserve fuel of 8.4, block fuel of 91.6 thousand pounds, with a minimum takeoff fuel of 89.9. We shouldn't have much of a taxi here on this taxi out. So we have it set for about 10 minutes. But other than that, we should be good. We'll be cruising initially at flight level 3 down to 0. We got a step climb up to 410 is our final cruise altitude. And we have our alternate is going to be Tucson. Have 11,000 foot runway there. And American does fly into Tucson as well as a destination. So we're going to hop in here and try to get things going. Try to make our way back to Arizona. I am again on call at work right now. So worst case, if I get a call, which I shouldn't because it's after 8 p.m. local time for me right now, we should be good. So we're going to get fueled up here. We're going to hop in, start getting things going as quickly as we can. We're also going to mess with the A cars today. I was messing around with it last night. It doesn't really go to anything, but it's kind of just to get used to using it. From what I read, Pmdg is supposed to add a whole host of things once they start using the global operations thing. So but right now we're going to mess around with it. We're also going to be taking off runway 3 today instead of 3-5, which we landed on coming in today, or recently, our last flight. So that's what we're going to be doing. Again, departure time is supposed to be at 1:10 Zulu time. Arrival time is supposed to be 7:11 Zulu time, local, or Zulu time for Arizona. Flight time about 5.5 hours, block time 6 hours. So that's what we're looking at. We have 18,000 pounds of fuel in here right now. We're going to be loading up another about 80,000 pounds, 88,000 pounds worth of fuel. And I think that's about it. We have some like light precip weather around Arizona area, like lower Arizona, Nevada area. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. Go ahead, circulating. But by the time we get there, should still be VFR. We just pick Tucson as an alternate just in case. Again, here on Sim Toolkit Pro, you can see there what we have. We have our ETOPS airports as well. We'll get that in the FMC when it's due time. Yeah, that's what we have there. So we should land back with about 19.6. It was an hour and a half worth of fuel. So we'll hopefully do our fuel much better on this time. We landed about 4,000 pounds less than what the planned arrival fuel our flight plan gave for landing in here. The main thing is going to be getting out of here. I think we'll be fine getting out of here. We'll do our calculations on the EFB and try to make our way out of here. So let's hop in the airplane while they get fueled up, start getting some things going so we can be ready to get things going. And today we are going to have that second camera angle again like we did landing in here. We'll do the one from the flyby so we can see our takeoff. Should look much better from that view. Hold on, where's our air card? Is our air card not connected? Let me see. Thought I had that connected here. That's Quest Air Unit. make sure it connects here. Yeah, we're absolutely going to use that second camera angle for departure here, and probably while I sit on the ground, watch these guys fuel up. We'll be able to see them and go from there. So yeah, hopefully everyone's doing well. Let me make sure that he actually connects. For some reason, it's been acting weird. I also didn't realize, but we are using the Rolls-Royce engines on this livery. This is November 791 Alpha November tail number. Same tail we flew into here. Okay, yeah, it's connected. Same tail number that we flew into here is the one we're flying back out of here. And there's our fuelers getting fueled up. Airplane looks to be good. I think we should be fine getting out of here. Yeah, 791 Alpha November. I don't know what's going on with the reflections here. It's acting kind of strange. But yeah, let's get going. It's going to probably be about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. local time for me. Let's get back to Phoenix. We're looking forward to it. We're going to try to knock this flight out and keep it going. That's the plan anyway. So let's hop in, start getting things going, finish getting the flight plan and everything going, and go from there. I also made some adjustments to my seat height here in the aircraft. I feel like I was sitting too low in the airplane there initially. It is currently 3 p.m. local time on the Lihue here. So let's get some things in place. Oh, and speaking of, let's look at the, this is what I was saying as far as the ACAR system. So that's connected. Let's go back. Let's go back to menu. We'll go to D-Link here. ACARs. You know, let me see. I think I got a camera for that. Let me see. Cockpit. Coaster. Yeah. There you guys can see it here. So, data link. This is our first page. Our original flight number. Date that we were departing from, destination. We got estimated departure time of 110 Zulu. Estimated en route time is 5 hours 36 minutes. American Airlines, and again our flight number there. Fuel on board 91.6. Current time now. That's already been sent over, and right seat pilot's going to be landing. We should need auto land today, although that I think gets filled in during the arrival phase maybe. And we'll have the out the blocks. We'll look at this once we take off. Make sure that these things here are filled in. The out the blocks, off the ground, into our destination airport, and then on the blocks again. And it'll give us our block time total, flight time, and then how much fuel we landed with. So we're gonna make sure we look at this once we land in Phoenix. And then status here is just what's going on now, and this actually prints. The printer works. I didn't realize it. I was messing with it last night, and I kept hitting print, thinking I would see something print here, only to find that the it was actually printing on my printer. So it was cool to see that printed out on the printer. But that's what we'll be looking at there for everything there. So I thought that was cool. We're gonna just, like I said, keep an eye on that for the flight. All right, let's get the flight plan here going. Let's bring up the second view so we can see our guys outside. Put that over there. Watch those guys fuel up there. Get ready to start loading and get these folks out of here. Yeah, we're already delayed by 5 minutes. Alright, perf data. Let's accept. Grab 0 fuel weight of 364.4. That checks out. 91.7 on the fuel. Oh, it just rounded up to 91.7, looks like. Alright, reserve fuel is going to be 8.4. 8.4 there. Cost index, we're going to leave that at 85. Cruise is not going to be flight level 410. It's going to be, we're going to delete the step climb as well. The RVS, let's clear that. I don't think I can delete it. I may have to, zero it out. That's what it is. Zero that. Let's see what is it going to step climb to. Yeah, I sent it straight up to 410, which is not correct. Data, it's initial 390. And we'll do our own step climb once we get going. Alright, everything there checks. Alright, we'll get this filled in here for the takeoff performance information in the EFB here. Actually, I can do this, and we're just going to move over to the EFB cam. There we go. Alright, so performance information. Let's read from aircraft. Alright, pulled it in. Alright, we're at max. Zero fuel weight, max landing weight. We're right on the line already, so we're good for takeoff without a problem. Let's complete that. Oh yeah, we already good on that. Let's cancel that. We're gonna do takeoff. We'll pull from FMC. Oh, I didn't put the rest of my information in. We got to put the rest of our departure information in. I almost forgot about that. I'm not doing any departures. It's not giving us any, so we'll do runway 3. We're supposed to be doing the height or 1. We're going to plan for 2, 5 left is what we're planning for. What's wrong? Procedures. Yeah, it's just going to be the way that is. Either 1 via BLH. Put that in. Alright, so that's correct now. Let's go back to legs, limit, thrust limit. Alright, let's grab from FMC again. Alright, there we go. So takeoff performance, runway 3, conditions are dry. Winds are 050 at 14. It's 30 Celsius. Man, it's hot. Oh, it's not that hot. 86 is not that bad. QNH 30.4. Maybe don't take off. Yeah, that max. We'll set optional. It'll give us that and a auto calculate. That's 55 Celsius. Still flaps 5, 135, 156. 14 knot head. Trim 4.4. At least it gave us our trim this time before it didn't. Alright, for runway 3. So we have takeoff information. I feel like I may still want to hold the brakes on this takeoff. And Toga. Alright, flaps 5, 4.4 on the trim. Alright, CG 32. CG is right where it needs to be. It's literally right in the middle. Alright, so we'll go with that. Those guys are still getting, oh, they're done now. Put that back like it was. Alright, let's start getting these folks boarded. Select 1055. 55, takeoff 1, climb 2, 1364. Alright, that checks. Let's get some things on here. What's going on? Get the APU on shortly. So auto. Takeoff information, we have flaps 5, CG, pick it up, 32.7, 3, engineer 50 at 4. At 35, 40, 56. So is that the same? 35, 40, 56, that checks. Alright, so those guys are getting the cargo loaded. We're getting our folks loaded now. We're about 14 minutes behind, but I think we're making good time. We're fine. Alright, so takeoff information is completed. Thrust limit, that's all set. Let's go to the legs page. Let's get our wind data. That's loaded. Execute. Checks out. Now we're not going to get this in just yet. Move that. Let's go back to legs page. Let's do the checklist real quick. Oxygen, checked. Flight controls. We're just about have it all set. Let's go 030. 18,000 set their flight directors on 56 with 76. That's set. Once we're about halfway loaded, we'll start getting the around 73 people in. I was a little bit ahead of it. That information. MCP panels are already set. Takeoff speeds are already set. CDU is good. Trim is going to be 4.4. Counts as 4.4. Close enough. And again for the taxi. Already have that set. Map. Oh, that's right. I can't do this. Is somewhat easier. So we're literally right here at runway 3. So we're just gonna push straight back, turn around, and join in. Yo, what's up, Desmond? Good to see you. Good to see you, man. I'm trying to go ahead and get this flight done. It should take that long. It'll take me about the time I'm normally up anyway to make it back to Phoenix tonight. I should be there within, let's see, it's 8:30 now. It looks like I'm probably not gonna take off till 9. Probably be about 2, maybe 3 a.m. Maybe. We're going for it. But welcome in, man. Glad you just made it home. Hope you're doing well, sir. But yeah, we'll be taking off runway 3 here. I looked up some things. It didn't look like there was much in there showing us their departure runways. Winds favoring 03, so that's what we're doing. Oh, and I need to go over some the terminal charts that I pulled up as well. So, gate procedures. Put this in night mode. This looks better. So, they got gate hold procedures here. We have to, once we get our clearance, so technically I wouldn't get our clearance until everyone's on board, is what I'm assuming. Everyone's on board, baggage and everything's already loaded, airplane's literally ready to go. So we have to have our clearance once we get our clearance, we have to push away from the gate and be moving within 10 minutes of getting our clearance for this airport. Is how they want things working here, which is pretty cool. So since we're here on our own, we already got our clearance, but if ATC was online, that's what we would do. We get all loaded, ready to go, and then get our clearance within that time. Depart the blocks within 10 minutes after receiving en route clearance when release time is less than 15 minutes ready to taxi. And we're already late anyway, so we'd probably get in trouble on this. Probably would get in trouble. Alright, again, we're taking off runway 3 is going to be our departure runway. Doesn't matter which runway. Well, it does because we got the winds more favoring runway 3 than we do 3-5. We landed on 3-5, so we're taking off 3-0. So it'll be a very short taxi. And takeoff winds, I looked at them earlier. We don't really have any issues with takeoff winds. Heading is assigned by ATC. We're taking off 3-5. We do a minimum climb of 230 to 700. Again, that was our landing runway, so really no issues on the takeoff, no obstacles. It's a straight out right over the water pretty much. That's what we have, but that's that information for our takeoff procedures and taxi procedures, what we'll be doing. Back in there, let's go back to here. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We already started the flight. Charts ready to go. Look at videos, see how people load here on the airplane. Oh, they're loading from number 2. Is it open? It is open. Normally I can see them like walking through the aisle here. But I think that's from door 1 is what it is. You can kind of see them walking around right here. So let's go back. Just leave it on the airport map for now. We have everything else ready to go, pretty much. We're ready to go. As soon as they get boarded, we'll be getting out of here. Looks like those guys are pretty much both on their last ones. We have some traffic out here at the gate. Where'd this Hawaiian guy come from? That's interesting on the parking. Yeah, we got quite a few airplanes on the ground here. And as you can see, the windsock's not 100% erect, but it's there. Alright, let's see. So at 201, we'll go ahead and get the APU up and going. Yes, not too long though. Definitely shorter than it was getting here. Only thing I mistakenly did, I didn't fully pay attention to my route from SimBrief, and I got a route from yesterday. It still doesn't look as bad. It's short by about 50 miles, I think it is. But the I just looked at it now, and it doesn't look bad. I think the only difference because of the little bit of precept that's over the area, our destination area, but we should be fine. I was gonna change it, but I looked at it and it looks like this route still works. But there's a slightly different route. The route goes more southeast to northeast versus this one goes more. This route is more northeast and then comes back into the south. Gotcha. Yo, what's up, Pentagon? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Welcome in, by the way. Welcome in, Pentagon. Alright. APU is up. Disconnect this. Should provide power to the rest of the electrics. Looks good. Hydraulic system's ready to go. Got 91,000 pounds here. Let's get air on. Get research on. Actually, let's get those on after we move the air unit. Let's release. Temp should be good in here. Oh, they were coming down. It was hot in here. We'll get them coming down though. Let's get those open. Packs on. Get it cooled down in here. Research fans coming on. Alright. Yeah, there it goes. 76 in some areas. 80 in the midsection there. We'll come down to some cool temps. Light on. Alright, he's removing it now. Yo, FNL, what's up, man? Coming in with 19 months, man. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for the 19 months. Appreciate you. Welcome in. We're getting ready to get out of here. Get these folks on the road. Let me see, I think we're completed. Yeah. Alright, let's get that door closed there. Ground power released. Move the chocks. Turn, let's close that door. Welcome in, man. Welcome in, FNL. Thank you for the 19 months, sir. Oh. Fortunately, it's a nice, cool day. Not so cloudy. It's cloudy, but not as bad as it was when we landed. Yo, what's up, Cruz? Let's get these folks going.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, this is Captain Smith and I'd like to welcome you aboard the aircraft. As you may have noticed, we are currently a little bit behind schedule, but we will do everything we can to make up as much time as possible once we're over the air. The guys on the ground are loading the final bits of luggage in the aircraft and I expect us to be on our way very shortly. If you can help the cabin crew by getting yourself sat comfortably with seatbelts fastened, we should be ready to depart in just a few moments. For now, I'd like to thank you for your patience and I hope you enjoy the flight.
We're not really pushing anywhere, honestly. It's just going to go back a few feet. Is what it's going to do. Let's go tower. Yeah, it's just going to push back a few feet is what it's going to do. We'll be on our way. Turn out of this parking spot here. Alright, pack signs. I don't have those.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Flight deck doors closed. Taxi takeoff briefing already completed. Anti-ice, do I have you turned on? Hydraulics.
Departure check
Anti-ice is
completed.
auto. We'll go ahead and
Bypass
get
pin
the
inserted.
Oh, those are gonna be off. A lot of those are on. Those aren't gonna come on just yet.
Locking gear.
Recall, just engine shutdown. Check. Yeah, we'll still be facing work. Like I said, we're just getting pushed back
Parking brakes,
a
please.
few feet enough for us to taxi.
Commencing push.
Parking brake released.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Alright, let's start number 2. What the heck is he doing back there?
Please set parking brakes.
Yeah, just a new, I don't even know if that's enough feet where that jetway is. I don't think it is. We may have to scoot back some more. That was definitely not enough. We'll set it and then I'll push back on our
to
own.
ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Unlocking gear.
There's no way we're making this turn out of here without hitting that wing on that jetway. Oh, hey, Decimal, if you're still in here, I was going to ask you about the one thing I noticed in the 200 ER, it has a N3, which was surprising when I saw it in the last stream when I flew it. Actually, I think I may have saw it early on.
Bypass pin removed.
Thought that was wild to see.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
All right, looks like we got a good start on number 2. Number 1 started. N3. You know, you have N1s. Of course, this one has EPR. N1s, N2, and an N3. I tried to look it up. I just like barely looked it up. Oh, it's the engine type. Got you. Yeah, because I think these are the Rolls-Royce engines, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm just certain we're gonna hit this jetway. Yeah, let's go ahead and get these folks seated as well. 'Cause we're gonna go right to the runway from here. EPR stable, M1s are stable, EGT stable, A2s, 3s, V's, P's, T's all look normal. Let's go flaps 5. And we'll go right engine on. Put bleed air, packs will come back on, and APU will shut down here. Alright, power's already running off the generators. APU's not doing anything. Air is already starting to come off of the bleed 2 there. C2s and then continue there. And we're good there. Alright, we'll shut down the APU. Alright, all 12 o'clock and on auto. Overhead looks auto and on. Think in the 12 o'clock position. Alright, we're set there. Flight controls check. passengers have to be referred to the N3 and EPR. Oh. Good to know. Thank you. Right. Left. Check. And good. Also, I was just saying earlier as well, messing around with the ACAR system, it doesn't really, I mean, it's not really doing anything other than me being able to play around with the wrong panel. Pedestal. So, on the ACARs, status. Alright, flight numbers there, today's date, origin and destination. We were just out the blocks at 1:38 Zulu time. We'll be taking off and then landing at the destination in the blocks again. We've already been off the blocks 5 minutes. I can actually print this if I want. It'll give us our flight time, and on the data link section here, number 2 will give us our landing fuel when we land. So we're gonna try to remember to look at this. It's automatic. We landed from the right seat today. I'm pretty sure this gets typed in on the arrival or approach. To my knowledge right now, I didn't mess with this, but it's not going to be an auto land today as we know it for now. So yeah, that's that. F4 seat. All right, let's go to gear. Let's go to actions there. Alright, that's fine. It's daytime anyway. Decimal UA, we have what is called a mixed engine. Some aircrafts have 2 different engines, and we derate one to match the other. Having a Pratt & Whitney and Rolls-Royce on the same aircraft, one is derated to match the other. Shocking. We studied that in systems. Oh, got you. So it makes it, I assume, easier for you guys to plan fuel and those things for it by putting them on the same plan field, basically. I take it. Okay. All right, let's go. Let's see if we can push out of here. Let's go my brakes. Let me just verify a couple other things on the checklist. I think we're good though. Flight controls checked. Ground equipment clear. Before takeoff, flaps are already set. Alright, my brakes. Let's see if we can get this bird turned here. I'm almost certain we're gonna hit this jetway. Let's do just the left engine. Maybe not. Maybe not. Performance and systems mixed engines is something I never knew was a thing. All right, I'm trying to remember how to pronounce this. I had to look that up too. I didn't want to be pronounced. I think I know I was pronouncing it wrong. I think it's Lihue. Lihue. It's Lihue. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's Lihue. That's how they pronounce it. Lihue. Lihue. That's how I think that's how you pronounce it. La Jolla Traffic American 697 Heavy is taxiing from the terminal via Kilo Alpha to runway 3, La Jolla.
Absolutely.
This is too much for me.
Yo,
man. You know, I
Dane
can really
coming
dig
through
it,
with
man.
11.
You know why? This kind of thing
How are
happens
you,
to me
Dane, man?
every
Good
week.
to see you. Welcome in, party of 11 with our good friend Dane Flats. Welcome in. Hopefully your stream went well, Dane. Good to see you. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the stream today. We are in the 777 in Hawaii. Leaving from Lihue. I cannot say that name for nothing. Headed back to Phoenix, Arizona. If you can F&L, give a shout out to our good friend Dane. If not, I'll do it. Let me know. But welcome in, everyone. Good to see you. We're just about to take off now. This is either going to go great on takeoff or this is going to be a disaster. But the performance chart says we should be able to take off just fine with what we have. I already have runway 3 at the whole short line here. Thank you there for that shout out to Dane. Again, welcome in, guys. Let me see if I can get the view I actually want on this. Let's see if we can do it. Outside. There we go. That's what we want. That's what we want. No, I ain't singing nothing. That's not my style. I leave it to the professionals. I'm not gonna take over Dane's signature takeoff voice. And Lihue traffic, American 697 entering runway 3 for departure to the southeast. Lihue. All right, 6 minutes on taxi. We'll stop that, or 7 minutes. All right, we got 7 minutes on that. Let's start the actual takeoff timer. The wing lights on. We don't need logo. Taxi light going back on. Strobes. Let's get everything going here. Seat signs on. Up top's all good to go. It's called TARA. Everything else looks golden. Gears is good. We're good on that. Let's go back to engine. Alright, we got our VRAM speeds. We already got MCP panel set and ready to go. Let's go to legs page as well. Approach end looks clear. Runway is clear. Departure end looks clear. Alright, we're lined up here. 111. 234. No, that's not correct. Yeah, 111. Alright, that's it. Now let's go Toga. Thrust set, release the brakes.
Airspeed alive.
Airspeed alive pretty quick there. Instruments look squared away. Alright, we're already reaching 80 knots. That's a good sign. We're before the 1,000-foot mark is already reaching 80.
V1.
Rotate.
And rotate. Alright, I'll say what Dane says. No tail strike.
Right, gear up.
Alright, that looks good. Let's go gear up. That almost looked like a tail strike there. Alright, we're looking good. Alright, we'll go tail nav armed. already flaps 5. Let's keep that climb going. On over bank. Already passing those speeds. A little bit too fast. Let's go flaps 1. Take it easy, bringing the flaps up. On over bank. Let's just get on his head and then we'll go direct. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen on that. Get pitched down. Select. And let's go VNav set and autopilot set as well. Flaps coming up. Alright, let's go direct to go. We're on LNAV. Alright, flaps up, auto brakes are off, gears up. Alright, drop this light out with the clouds. Oops. Alright, hopefully that didn't look too bad. Hopefully we didn't do too bad on that. Thank you, sir. Yes, and I just kind of, I didn't hold the nose up enough, but it wasn't running away from you, trying to chase the climb. So again, I got to give a shout out to Desmond for forcing us to get this EFB, which in turn also got us to. So we paid for an EFB and got a 777-200 ER with it, is what I'll call it. I'll turn it off because we're not doing a departure out of here. All right, we're climbing out of here. You guys a wing view here. You guys see those beautiful engines, those Rolls Royces. Yeah, we're in a 777. 777-200 ER to be exact. We got a long flight ahead of us here. Not as long as it took us to get here, but still long enough. You guys want to hang around? I appreciate you guys hanging around. Make our way back to Phoenix, Arizona. And I'll throw that view back up, throw a better picture up there. For you guys to see that view. Not put it over here. That way you guys get that view from outside as well. I think we're coming across Honolulu or something. That's what it's low in. Why do we freeze up here? That's interesting. We're flying, but my instruments are not doing anything. This is weird. Okay, there it goes. It caught up. Alright, we're above 10,000, we get lights out. All right, there. Taxi light off. Alright, we're good there. Alright, passing 11,000, we're accelerated to 295 on that climb out. Continuing out of here now. SFO takeoff, I did that one where it was like, yeah. Oh man, I hear you, Desmond. I hear you. assist. Alright, after takeoff, gears up, flaps up. Got decent. Need just to check the gear, make sure we had no flat tires. Alright, so you have good tire pressure, no hot brakes. That checks. Just do an after takeoff check on everything good. Electric systems are good, all still in the green. Hydraulics 3000 cross. Good fuel flow. Got good fuel flow temps. And we are pressurized cabin altitude 2,000 feet, 5.3 on that differential pressure. And doors should be good, otherwise we wouldn't be pressurized, and we already checked the flight control systems are normal. And like I said on the as we're climbing out here, like I said, if we look at the go back to the ACARS here, it should show us on our departure time climbing out. So out at 138, off the ground at 152. Block time counting right now. Flight time counting. So of course block time is higher because that was from the moment we pushed out the blocks. Flight time is the moment we entered the air, wheels off the ground. So we'll keep an eye on that. Well, we don't have to keep an eye on it. We know what it's doing. We just have to keep up with it there. Alright, let's keep VNAV going. Continue. Climb up, going up to flight level 390 initially. We got a step climb from there. I wonder that took so long. I had it in the hundreds instead of the thousands. Yeah, welcome in everyone coming in from the Dane Flash channel, and everyone else who's already here. Thank you guys for being here. Again, it's a long flight. I did not expect you guys to be here all night. Why did you stop climbing? Continue to climb. Oh. 18, we did. Runway turn off's off. It's already off. Yeah, we have a long flight here. We have about, we got expected time of 5 hours and 22 minutes. Right now we're 6 hours, 28 minutes out. We'll make up for that once we get higher to cruise. We'll see how that looks when we get to cruise. And again, we'll be step climbing. I'm gonna manually put that in. I still don't truly trust the VNAV, the step climb. Kind of got some PTSD from that right now. So we'll step climb up to 410 after we cross flex. We'll put that in. We'll just put that in the VNAV section here. Up here at cruise, we'll go from 390, switch that to 410. To be on the safe side. So yeah, after flex going to jitter, we'll go up to flight level 410. That'll be our final altitude cruise for the remainder of the flight. Oh, step climb every 600 miles. Gotcha. All right, let's see. So every 600 miles, we step climb. Good to know. Step two flight levels every 600. So flight level 400, then 410. Passing 240. But yeah, if Dane is still in here, where'd you fly to today, Dane? How was the flight? Hopefully it went well for you, my friend. Good to see you, as always. So hey, it was hilarious. Good play. Flight attendants, please receive the foot. Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. Quartz, what's up? Oh, sweet. Quartz coming through with the past exam, man. Congratulations on that. That's fantastic, man. Fantastic. Hopefully it wasn't too bad on you, Quartz. Nice, dude. Nicely done. Yeah, good of our good friend Quartz. Was it what is it? Was it an engineering exam, right? You said? Studying his tail off. He's got the sim in the corner collecting dust because he was studying so much. Eat into a food coma. Hey man, I hear you on that. Do what you gotta do, my friend. Do what you got to do. Alright, we got top of climb here in about 67 miles. So far, everything else looks good. Maybe we'll get somebody online. We'll get Oceanic online or something. Maybe even LAX once we get closer in. Just may get those guys online. All right, we look good. We'll go ahead and take seatbelt signs off for these folks. We can laugh. It's off. The logo's off. Logo's on. All right, those folks something to drink. Captain Scam all night to celebrate. Cloud certifications, gotta prep for the next ones. Oh man, already right away. There you go, eat all that popcorn there for just gave me. Alright. Man, hey, well either way, congrats on the first one, man, getting that one knocked out. Take it one at a time. SU-14 and reinstall the Kappa Sim 777 by 3 copies of V6 and then quit flight sim in another 3 months. Oh man. Yeah, don't accidentally buy 3 copies of V6. Don't do it. Alright, we're through flight level 310. Like I said, we got a long journey ahead of us right now. We're now within 5 hours. I'm pretty certain we're going to get much lower than that. I think we should be, by the time we reach cruise, should be closer to about 4.5 hours of time. Yeah, because as of right now, even though that time's still going to get better. Ooh, we got a nice direct 26 knots on the tail. That's going to get better. I didn't fully brief and look at our winds for this route, but even if we keep a minimum of 26, we should be golden. We're already going over 500 knots. As of right now, it's saying we should reach Phoenix at midnight 10 Mountain Time, which would be 1 a.m. my time. That's not bad timing right now. We call the police very soon. Oh man. Oh man. Bring some power down here on my CPU. Apply that. Bring that out some. Get this bad boy cooled down here. Some of this cold breeze and air coming into it. There it goes. I can feel it cooling down there. Alright, so Honolulu time, it's 4:08 p.m. I seriously thought, oh, you know what? Yeah, this route here doesn't take us over Honolulu. The route we had scheduled for today would have took us directly over PH&L VOR, which I honestly don't think we would have seen anything. It says it's VFR. 2400 scatter 4000. Yeah. We probably actually would have been able to see the island there. But oh well. We have to deal. Alright, we're under the 5-hour mark now, 4 hours 59 minutes. Time is coming down here for us as well for our arrival time. Let's get out of there. Let's see some here. Traffic limiter. Set that to 0. Put 20 in the air. Alright, we're passing through flight level 350. Yeah, that's not going to be much to talk about. We get to see a nice sunset setting behind us. The sun should already be well behind us already. Yeah, this is already afternoon here. 20 minutes into the flight. Yeah, it does have position reporting in here, but I don't know if it's actually going to anything Pmdg wise. I know if it was on the global operations thing, it would probably make sense. It'd probably be going somewhere, doing something. But I don't know what it's doing. Don't quite know. Switch that. And I also noticed that's when the FMC for the settings for these engines, you can either have this switch to cruise once we reach cruise or stay at climb. I'm assuming it doesn't matter with this variant engine. But yeah, that's what it has. APU's off, oxygen, cruise good, 3000 on hydraulics. Up on 370. We'll be holding that Mach 8.3 from a chart that I have, and I don't know how. Well, it says it's from 2019, if I'm not mistaken. That American Airlines, for anything under 4 hours, I believe they do cost index 81 or 83, I think, in the 777-200, and anything over 4 hours goes to cost index 85, which I assume is pretty much economy cruise or economy cost index. But like you said before, it really doesn't matter on the long hauls. Alright, let's see what we get. Yeah, we may land pretty quick. Let me make sure I didn't miss a phone call here. I did not. Yeah, it's already after 8 p.m. my time, so we should be golden. We shouldn't get any phone calls. Yeah, again, welcome in everyone. Thank you guys for being here and out with us today. As we make this stretch back across the Pacific here, headed back to Phoenix, Arizona. Alright, we're coming up on 390. And this will clear out. Yeah, I was gonna say that'll fix itself. I forgot that's kind of a glitch in P3D where it does that. All right, we reached 390. It's back just to match it. $6,700. See, and that's wow, because that cabin rate's much lower. I think coming to Hawaii, the cabin altitude at the same. Well, we were at. I think we came at 400. So I guess that was about right. That cabin altitude was like 7,100. That's what I believe it was. All right, so we've reached cruise. Give our folks are talking to in the back there and call it good. 24 minutes into the flight here. So far, everything looks golden for us. Seatbelts are already off.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the cockpit, just to let you know, we've reached our cruise level. It's looking like we will be slightly back to what we've done.
F and L.
We will be doing our best to make up
It's like, yo, cool. We can get some ATC out here over the ocean. Cool. Thank you for the 25, man. Thanks for the 25. That dang on F and L. Trying to get me. Alright, so we got 41 knots on the tail. We can't beat that. Doing 516 across the ground. I'm almost thinking of speeding this bad boy up even faster. Because right now, that 1 p.m. doesn't look bad. The time of getting back to Phoenix. But we can definitely get back there faster. We can definitely get back there faster. Always get back faster. Alright, PC's running much cooler than it was. Not using this, we were using like 55 watts at full go. It's dropped back to like 33 now. Can't beat that. Let's do this. Clouds shooting up on us. Any secondary view you guys would like to see up here in the secondary view space here? You guys choose. We'll keep that up in the second window there. Yeah, we're at cruise. Engine power looks up. Let's see, we gotta bring it back some more. Let's see what our numbers look like if we speed up here. We can do 516. We can definitely do faster. Winds are cool, calm up here. They may have. Oh, hey, Decimal, if you're still in here, did you see Self-Loading Cargo released 9 new videos? I found out from my good friend Ibanez. He told me 2 days ago we were flying into We were flying to Lihue. Dang it, I can't say that name. I gotta figure that name out. When we were flying into the destination airport that we just took off out of, he said the guy put up 9 new videos. I did watch them. It does. He got some more. Just kind of going over more things of what's going on. I'm assuming he's coming very close to releasing that the new version. I feel like he's kind of doing the Pmdg thing, where he's like releasing all these pre-release videos first before he released the new version. All right, VNav. Let's see. Go 0.87. And we notice too, it changes automatically over here. Like as soon as I put that in, even though this still has the update, it changes automatically here. I don't know if that's realistic where it does that, and then this takes a little bit of time to update. We'll land with 11.8. Let me see how close that is to our release. Oh, that's gonna be 8,000 pounds less than what we have. Let me see what did it say before that. I do know normally in cruise this increases as the engines stable out, start burning fuel correctly. I don't see it increasing by 5,000 pounds though, because right now our release plan says that we should land in Phoenix with 19.6. That's quite a bit of a difference in fuel. Anybody saw what our fuel was when we took off? Because I know our minimum fuel was 89.9. We were right there. There's no way I burned through almost 2,000 pounds of fuel sitting there taxiing to runway 3. I couldn't have. I don't see it possible. But yeah, right now I think that we'll get at least 1,000 pounds of bin and cruise increase there on what we should land with. But that's still gonna put us 4,000 pounds under, and at 19,000 pounds that gives us an hour and 35 minutes of fuel, which is fine if we land there. 14,000, we're burning that wet. Fuel flow of about 13,000 pounds an hour right now is what we're burning. See how much time we're losing on that. See what our 45-minute window is. Let's see. Reserve 45 minutes. Only need 84,000 pounds for that. 15 for. Oh, I forgot to also put in our ETOPS information. Let me put that in. To meet the 180-minute mark. ETOPS for PHTO. The SJC is 1497. Let's put that in there in the fixed page. The distance of 1497. What did I mess up? Oh, I forgot to put the slash 7. Alright, this is the Go 1425. We've already flown 184 from it. Alright, y'all cool with that second camera angle there? Up here, y'all want a different camera angle? put the aircraft back on that picture if you want. Let's see what my let's bring these noise maker folks down here. Alright, there we go. Alright, yeah, GPU's running cooler. Everything looks good. Yeah, it's 4:23 Honolulu time, 7:23 p.m. Los Angeles already. 8:23 p.m. in Denver. It is 9:23 local time for me. And 10:23 New York time, 4:23 a.m. Stuttgart, Germany. Tomorrow time. It's currently tomorrow already in Moscow, Russia, 5:23 a.m. Dubai, 6:23 a.m. tomorrow. Shanghai, China, it's 10:23 a.m. 13 hours ahead of me. And Melbourne, Australia, it is 12:23 p.m. in the afternoon tomorrow. That's as much local news as I can give you. Hey, for you guys that's lurking, y'all can get a lot of points on this flight. At least a good 5 hours worth, 5 or 6 hours worth of points. So use them up on that channel prediction. Again, we're doing G-force on the channel point prediction. We're not doing that center line thing anymore. It's unpredictable. Works when it feels like. If ever Sim Toolkit Pro really gets that honed in to be much more stable, we may go back to it, but for now we're going to be using G-force on the landing. And y'all know I've been having some heavy G-force landings. Well, let me just for the record, you guys that may have missed it, bring Sim Toolkit Pro back up. For the record, let's look at our logbook. Landed in here, we had a negative. Oh no, hold on. That's the landing rate. Let's look at details here. Oh, there it goes. We had 2.5 with a negative 380 on the feet per minute on that landing rate. Yeah, that's what we got. That's what we had. I think the lowest was like 1.2 or something like that. I think it was. Okay, cool. We'll keep it on the wing view then. Keep it on that wing view. Alright, well, other than that, yeah, we're looking good. I want to make that window a little smaller. Clears it out the way some. So what I think I'm going to do too with this second view, because it looks to be working well, I'm getting good FPS. I tested it out last night in Phoenix as well, from the tower view on that second camera as well as the flyby view. I think what we're going to do is add some channel points for what we're going to use as our second camera view on takeoff and landings. So by default, it's going to be the tower view. I'll put a few channel point things in there for if y'all want to see it from a wing view on that second picture, for our second view up there, the engine view, the flyby view, from the wheel base, you want to see it from underneath the aircraft. I'll put a few of those in and you guys can use the channel points. I'm going to have it set to only work once. So once it's used, that's what we're going with for that flight. For the second view coming into land, so you guys can get that a little more cinematic. But by default, we're going to definitely be using the tower view. If we don't use anything else, we'll be using tower view to see the aircraft come in to land. Thanks, FNL. I thought about that today or either yesterday, one of those two. I think last night I thought about it. That's why I was testing it out on the last night to see how well it worked for me. All right, we're gonna lose a little bit of that tailwind. So I think what we're gonna do once we get over land, once we get over California, we're gonna increase the speed to a much faster speed. Well, once we reach California, we won't be far out from Phoenix anyway, from Arizona. So that'll still work out. Let me go back to the flight. The YouTube show, for landing in that I did for. Oh, I did the one for the climb out. Man, I like that. And I did not, man, it was just by sheer luck how the audio and the video synced the camera changes to go with the music like it did. I thought that was pretty cool. When I went back and looked at it, I was like, oh crap, that mixed quite nicely on that climb out. I thought that looked very nice. I had to screen record that because it looked very good. Then we had the takeoff in the short. I did. And the one in the Lihue. Lihue. Dang it, I can't say that. I gotta stop flying into Hawaii until I can learn to say their words, pronounce their words correctly. So YouTube shorts are really good. Yes, like I said, we're definitely gonna be utilizing the second camera. I completely forgot about this camera angle of having the second camera and multiple camera views. I'm not gonna go. I don't think I'll put two or more. I did test out your theory last night while you were flying FNL. I did test out your theory of moving the flight deck to my second monitor and doing like a wing view during taxi. I didn't do it for landing, but it's doable. My FPS isn't bad doing it. So I may do that one day on the takeoff and maybe one day on the landing into an airport that I know isn't FPS heavy on. The only thing I have to remember that I found that because what happens is I have to undock the camera view in order to move it to my other monitor so I can still see the flight deck and the flight controls and, fly the airplane. But when I undock it, I have to redock it before I close the camera view because I found if I just close the camera view without docking it back, I get a sim error and it basically just closed the sim out altogether. So I found if I redock the view back into the sim, which makes sense because if I close it outside the sim, it makes sense for the sim to crash because I'm closing part of that program outside of itself. So I just have to redock it and then close the camera view. And it looked cool. I did it last night, taxiing around Phoenix to give that taxi view. And that's where I thought about the channel point thing. I think I'll do that for the channel points as well. On taxiing in, if you guys want to see what camera view you guys want to see on the taxi in, if you want to see the wing view, taxi all the way in, or whatever. For the main screen, and then I'll use the only thing with the second camera view, my track IR doesn't work in that camera view. I have to use space in my mouse in that camera view. So I have to click on and use my mouse to pan around if I'm going to look around in that view. My track IR doesn't transfer to that camera view. It only works in the main view. So, but yeah, that adds a little bit more dynamics to the sim, a little bit more something different into the flight here. So I think that'll work out for us. So someone passing us off right about 5,000 feet below us. Let's see if I see him. I think he's off to our left somewhere. He's already passing us up. Atlas Air. Where's he going? It's Mr. Atlas. Oh no, it's not his Prime Air. It's Amazon. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'm assuming in a 767 if they're out here. Yeah, they're going to Hawaii. They left an Air Force base called March Air Force Base. Looks like KRIV. Oh, that's in Arizona as well, I believe. They left the Air Force base there, going to Honolulu in a 767 Prime Air. Yeah, we didn't see him here. He passed off underneath this. But yeah, I had to edit my seating position because I found that I was like here, sitting in the like sitting eye level with the panel. So last night I had to make some changes to that. I'm setting my camera view up a little bit higher. I even kind of looked at some videos, and I feel like this is the optimal seating position in the 7.6. I mean in the 777. I think I raised it in the 737 too. So this is the default seat height. Where I'm just somewhat looking over the panel, not too high up there, and my head's not too high up over here on the left window from my eye view point. So I think it's doing what it needs to do. Go all the way out to 640. Oh, we never did turn weather radar on either. Let's turn weather radar on. Yeah, other than that, guys, we're in for the somewhat long haul. We got 4 hours, 38 minutes left. We are only 10 minutes ahead of schedule. We'll probably kick it in gear once we get a little further. Once we cross our ETOPS line, I'll probably climb up a little higher. I mean, start going a little bit faster. We're gonna start turning a little bit more east anyway, so we should start to catch some of that, some of those winds in the jet stream here. Storm. Oh, yeah, like I said in your stream, it looked cool. It preserves it better. I did that early on when I was first started really kind of getting serious in the checklist. And having checklists for the big airplanes, really for all airplanes, even the ones that obviously don't fly in real life. And I was printing all of those things out, man, and was looking to do the same thing. And then I don't know how I had the epiphany or the thought to just put it on my old iPad. And so that's when I ended up scrapping all of my checklist on the paper checklist. They're literally still sitting in my drawer right next to me. Let me see how many checklists, what all I got checklists for down here. I don't think I printed out a 777 checklist because I wasn't flying the 777s at that time. Let's see. I even have the little rings on them. I hole punch the corners of them, so I have it better set up. You know, better put together. You know, for the airplanes that require a little bit more than just a single, you know, quick checklist. So I got my flight planner papers. I printed out quite a bit of these. Actually, I got to print some more because I'm almost out of. Let's see what else. Weight and balance. I got my weight and balance sheets. Keep a bunch of those. But I have a whole checklist put together for the E-jets on paper. Even the 145, I gotta print out pretty much everything, almost everything for the 145, the 195s I printed out. The CRJs I have printed out. I had the Bonanza one printed out before we actually got a Bonanza, and I was able to just get order me a real checklist on that. And then I have because I was flying a Citation Mustang a lot too. I was flying a Citation Mustang a lot, so I printed out the procedures and checklist for it. And I actually laminated it because we have a lamination machine here in the house. So at that time, I laminated them, hole punched them, put them on the O-ring, and I even had like I had what do you call those things? I can't think of what they're even called now. But thumbtacks that I like had it on my wall, so I just thumbtacked them, you know, like in a nice little transition on the wall, and I hung my checklist on the wall so it was easy for me to grab them right next to me of what plane I was flying. And I got the SR-22 as well, which I don't even have on here. I had the SR-22 when I was in FSX, but I don't have it on this on P3D. I didn't buy it for P3D. Yeah, I have quite a bit of them. Yeah, and I just, like I said, stuck some thumbtacks in the wall and just hung it on the wall by the O-ring, so I can just grab it off the wall and, you know, have it there to for quick reference. And then, like I said, after that, that's when I put them all on my old iPad. So I have 2 iPads sitting here with me. One, my main iPad I use when I fly, you know, IRL for flight on it, and then I have an old one that's basically useless. The only thing it's good for is just having documents on it now. So I've then moved all of my stuff over to that iPad. There's a few of them I don't have. Like I don't have the 737-200 checklist on this iPad. Man, I have every other airplane on here. I got helicopter checklist and POHs for the ones that I got from Milvius. Airbus, the B-17, the Flying Fortress, I was able to put that one in here. Baron 58, the 55, the Bell 407, all the 73s, FCOMs and everything. The 777, Bonanza 836, V35, the Caravan 08, obviously the Cessna 172 through the Cessna 340. These are all the airplanes I have in the sim. The Citation 560, the 500 Mustang, the CRJs, the DC-3, the DH-2 Beaver, the Otter, the Twin Otter, E-Jets, Hawker 850, the Huey, UH-1 helicopter, the Keen Air C-90, the 350, the Milvius 350, the Piago, I think is what it's called, the 180. What else? We got the Archer, the Warrior, the Arrow Turbo, Comanche. Why do I have the Comanche? I don't own that airplane. Oh, you know what? I do own the Comanche from Milvius, because they did give away a free one. I forgot about that. That is right. They do. So I do own the twin Comanche, I think it is. And I have yet to actually even fly it. I don't think I've flown it, other than just testing it when I put it in the sim to make sure it was working. But other than that, have not messed with it. What's a P40? I don't know what the P40 is. The PC-6, the Premier Jet 390, the Seneca 5, Seneca 2, and the T-50 Bobcat. All of those came from Milvius. But yeah, I've gotten all of those on my iPad, so all I gotta do is scroll to it, pop it open to get to what I need to look at. Quick, easy way to get to the QRH. Yeah, sorry to go through all of that. Didn't mean to call all of those things out, but yeah, I think that's what made me go to the iPad, because I was like, yo, I'm gonna end up using up all our paper and all our ink printing all this stuff out. And I don't want to do that because ink costs more than a freaking printer these days. So I was like, all right, I got to do something different, because there's no way I can print all of these things out and laminate them, waste all that lamination paper and the laminated stuff. So yeah, I was like, yeah, I think it'd be better for me to put it on the iPad. It's easy for me to get to it. And because just imagine, dude, I'd have so many freaking thumbtacks on the wall with all of these POHs and checklists hanging all over the place. That wouldn't have looked good. It would have looked good to me, but it wouldn't have turned out too well. Plus all the paper and ink I would have wasted doing it. And trying to print out the freaking FCOMs for the 777 and the 73s would be insane. Be terrible. So yeah, we'll start getting the sun setting on us here pretty soon. Yes, exactly. Yeah, dude, I had those printed out, man. Early on, I was using those. And like I said, as you see, I have, well, you can't see it, but as I said, they're still sitting in my drawer next to me. And that's also where I put my real checklist as well. So when I go to leave, depending on what airplane I'm gonna go fly that day, I just grab my checklist out of there, throw it in my backpack. I typically will take 2 checklists with me at all times. If I'm going to go fly the Bonanza, obviously have the Bonanza checklist with me, and then I'll take the Piper Arrow checklist with me. And typically, because if something's wrong with the Bonanza and I wasn't notified, you know, that it's in maintenance or something for whatever reason, then I'll just have them put me in the Arrow. And then if I'm going in the like the 172 or the Piper Warrior, I'll take, you know, each of those 2 with me, because if something's wrong with the airplane, the 172 or the Warrior, you know, each of those are about the same. I just grab my checklist for that. But also, our flight school typically has, they typically add a checklist in the can when you pick it up. So if you don't have one, they provide one. But I always take mine just in case I lose theirs, or there wasn't one in the can when I got it. I typically will just take mine. I'll have mine with me just in case. This is running a little higher. Oh, it could be because I have the second window. It's running a little hotter than normal. Really, you're not getting cold, bro. Oh, I done switched to cool, that's why. It's just blowing regular ass air in here. There we go. Now the good power kicks on. I forgot to switch it over to AC. I had it on fan. So I should definitely be getting much cooler than this. Should definitely be getting colder air than that. Alright, yeah, those temps should definitely start to, yeah, they're already coming down, like at 55 now. Yeah, and everything else is running good. Let's see, we have Civet coming up. Alright, we're almost at the 1 hour mark into flight. Oh, our landing fuel hasn't changed so far. Still at 14.1. Like I said, hopefully that'll increase. And again, like I said, it's VFR at Phoenix right now, but with that, the precip and the way that high pressure is rotating, it looks like some of that precip is going to hit Phoenix, but it may or may not. It looked like it was going to. So we still just planned that alternate just to be on the safe side. I did not know Tucson had 11,000 foot runway. And obviously that American flies into it. So that was cool. Our other alternate was going to be Las Vegas. It's going to be the other alternate. Oh, we forgot to do the weather radar check and our whatchamacallit check. Yeah, so I found that that's pretty cool. So even F&L, I don't know if the 737, if the NGXU has the ACAR system in it. But if it does, even if you forget to set the clock, the ACAR system is keeping up with it as well. So let's see. So if we look down there at it, you see we still have that time. We're about a minute ahead of flight time, I think. Yeah, because we started the clock on the ground before rollout. Yeah, we're an hour, 10 minutes on block time and 56 minutes flight time. And obviously, if you're flying the 777, then you have the third FMC here to look at. Yeah, block time right now is 11 hours. I'm sorry, 1 hour and 11 minutes. But yeah, I don't know what made me look at it and mess with it last night, but I was like, you know what, let me look at this and see what this does and how it works. We can't get any weather or anything through it, unfortunately. The company or flight logs and those things. I think all of these things come alive on the Pmdg global operations is where I think that comes alive at. All right, there we go. We got 71,000 pounds of fuel on board. I'd like to see somewhere where it tells me how much fuel we've burned. I haven't been able to find that and see what that looks like. All right, yeah, looks like LA Center's online. As of right now, we won't have Phoenix online. We're planning to land runway 25. Right now, the winds are looking to favor the west runways. So we're going to come in from the south and on a left downwind and land west. We'll be landing on the correct runway this time because we're parking at the south terminal. The terminal on the south side, not the north. True, every Pmdg after, I think, because it said they started on the 747 is what they said. From what I read, they started on the 74s and then implemented it into the rest. Unfortunately, the original NGX doesn't have it. So NGXU on up has it, which I thought was pretty cool. Let's see. Yeah, I'd say start getting used to it and using it if you can, because obviously that's used in the real world as well. Because like I said, if you at least put that information in, it'll keep your block time for you. So if again you start your timer late, you have that block time to see exactly what your block time is and flight time. Because I think in here we can actually do, I think in FCOM, we can do a position report. But like I said, don't have a clue where it's actually going to. I'm assuming it's sent into Pmdg or something, but it does give a report. Or maybe that's sending that back to the, maybe that's actually sending that back to ACARS for position information. Once I think the IRS will reset. Got you. Yeah, that's why I realized too. I thought about that last night and was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna make sure that that I won't turn off the IRS before I check that information first and have it. But when I printed it, I like kept hitting print in the on the FMC there to print out the information for ACAR. So I was like, why isn't it printing? I was looking around the flight deck trying to see what it was printing to, and then I got an error message popped up about my printer. I was like, oh crap, this is actually printing to my printer. My printer is like almost on the other side of the house. And sure enough, I walked in and there was like 3 pages that printed, and it's only taking up like not even an eighth of the sheet. It's printed out as small as it is showing on the FMC there. So it didn't even fill the sheet up. It's like, that's a waste of paper. And once, like I said, once we cross flex, we'll go up to we'll go up to flight level 410. I don't know, maybe on one of the next flights I'll probably leave step climb in on its own and see how it works. Like I said, because I'm pretty certain that that's where the trouble, I believe I've already fixed that issue with my CPU. And my cooling on my GPU should be much better. But yeah, dude, I was looking at it, I was like, hold on, is it actually, it's printing on my printer. So I had to go in and mess around with that. But yeah. Yeah, exactly. The gate departure time, takeoff time, etc. And I can actually probably use that compared to what we get on our flight report from self-loading cargo whenever it's done. Yes, I can't, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm still just in amazement that you've been flying an airplane as long as you have, and you're just now messing with the EFB. Although I do believe you said a while back that it was messing with your FPS, so you would always turn it off, and then you just eventually didn't use it. But you absolutely want to be using it for landing performance and takeoff performance. So it's a huge benefit to having it. I mean, unless you're doing like Decimal, where you use the the outside programs to do performance, then it's kind of, I guess it's useless then at that point. But it's cool to have with the Navigraph charts for the taxi stuff. It's like I said, I'd rather just look down at the EFB in the flight deck than to have to look at my stream PC where I have Navigraph at to see where I'm going. Hence, it always typically has me. I always end up taxiing into the grass almost when I'm looking over at it, or I have to zoom all the way in on ForeFlight just to get the taxi stuff. It's not the end of the world if my others don't have EFB on board. True. Gotcha. I don't know. I understand. Definitely understand. But then I realized I can get those performance right there versus, as you said, in the performance to long hauls or heavy flights. It's critical we get the right takeoff and climb. Yeah, and like I said, I kept messing with it in the 777 on that flight going into Lihue. Lihue. Again, can't say it, man. Can't say it. But yeah, I kept looking at it and was messing with that cruise, trying to see even at the weight that we were at, what we were going to use for landing. Because the last thing you want to do is guess. And I think, like you said, probably in the in the 7.3s and stuff, depending on like if you're landing in places like where Jason lands to, where that stuff is absolute critical. But like when you're landing back at Denver, at your home airport, you have plenty of runway. It probably only become a issue in a 900 or something, and it's raining and the runway's wet or something. It becomes a bigger issue at that point. But in the 777s, the big long haulers, yeah, you definitely want to have those calculations right for what you're going to use for landing, if you can help it. Good shout out here to you as well. Our good moderator here, FNL. He just did a flight yesterday from Aruba back to Newark. That was about a 5-hour flight he did in the 737-900. You guys that's here, if you're not following our good friend and moderator of the channel, FNL Aviator, hit that heart up there. Give our guy a follow. He does some great streams as well. He actually has a camera so you can see his pilot face. So yeah, give him a follow. Again, thank you guys for being in here still hanging out with us on this long haul here, which now we're about 4 hours and 15 minutes out. Yeah, we're gonna probably definitely speed up some. 'Cause we only technically need for 45 minutes is 8,400 pounds of fuel. Oh crap, wrong thing. Close. For that 45 minutes, we'll probably just round it up to about, be conservative here, to an hour. It's probably about 8.8. We actually added an extra 1,000 pounds for this flight too, of fuel, to be on the safe side. You see, let's open this back up here. We'll go over that real quick. I'll just look at the weather real quick to see what it's showing us here. Let's see. Bring that up there. See what that weather's doing as of. That's behind. I have to update this. Yeah, that was like 2 hours ago. That's what the weather was doing in the area there. So like I said, it looks like we're going to be fine. The way that's rotating out, we should be fine. That was at, well, that last one was at 100. Refresh. as that's updated. It doesn't really give us much other than that on the layers. For the weather, I can bring up the I can't bring up like the cloud turns clouds, but yeah, it looks like it's gonna be. I think we're gonna be perfectly fine. The winds stay where they are. Like I said, we'll be landing west, so we come in on a downwind leg in Phoenix, and we're gonna land 25 left. It's a 7,800 foot runway, which should be fine for us. We'll probably mess with the calculations right now, even where it's at right now. So yeah, that's what we're looking at for that. We'll probably mess with the calculations, but I'm pretty sure either way, coming into the area that it probably would have us landing 25 left instead of 25 right, because we're much lighter than the airplanes, and that's how I had to start looking at it. All airplanes coming in are going to always be much lighter in weight compared to the airplanes taking off. So the takeoff airplanes are always going to get the longer runways. Airplanes coming in are going to get the shorter runways, which makes sense. You're much lighter, so you should be able to land in those distances. If not, then, like I said, we do calculations, which I'm pretty. If we landed this airplane in the 6,500 foot runway, we have no problem landing this airplane in the 7,800 foot runway. So we should absolutely be fine. And I think minimum landing distance was 5,400 feet, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, we should be absolutely fine. Yo, what's up, Adam? How are you, man? Good to see you. I saw you streaming earlier and flying the, what were you flying, the A330? How'd your flight go, man? Hopefully you landed without a hitch. Everything went well. Oh, you just finished. Okay. Man, would you do like a 10-hour stream? 'Cause I think when I got off work and saw you, you were like 6 hours. Oh, that's not bad. That's not a bad landing rate at all. 8 hours. Okay, gotcha. Not bad. Not bad at all. Just looking to the quality wing 787 and getting it working. Oh, okay. Did you already own the 787? And now trying to get it working into V6? Can't do it, so oh, gotcha. Gotcha. I understand. Recommended to the community to fly. What? The effort needed. Wow. Depending on the effort needed. Interesting. Yeah, because that makes sense. Just fly the airplane at night. That's a great fix for it. little cool. It's got air coming in through it. Just the displays, that's all during the day. Is that what you were talking about on your last stream, where you were saying because they're the something with the color of the LCDs in the airplanes that makes it not show up during the day? I feel like there was another airplane someone was talking about that they were trying to use and couldn't get it to work or something. It might have been the Airbuses. Oh, it shows a reflection map during the day instead of the display info. Wow, gotcha. Depending on effort needed, it sounds like effort's needed to me. I'm just saying it sounds like effort is needed. It's not like only, you know, a couple people it's happening to. It's happening to 100% of the customers that own it and are in V6. So yeah, efforts are definitely needed. Somebody said they kind of disappeared because they haven't been doing anything. I heard no one's heard from them or anything. Is there's no reflection map assigned to the model for those displays. Interesting. Yes, exactly. And I saw someone, either a picture or someone was streaming the 787 and P3D V5 the other day. And I don't know if it was what it was, but it actually looked pretty good. I mean, it's pretty much the 737 MAX minus a few different things look, you know, a little different. 787 worthy, but the displays wise are pretty much the same ones as the MAX. Yeah, hopefully they do, man. But I think you were right, man. When you said a while back ago, you were saying that they probably won't all show back up of doing updates to their stuff until about 6.3. And I'd say you hit that on the nail so far, because I hit the nail on the head so far, because as we see in the first version, none of them are really wanting to mess with anything. But also, like you said a while back too, that, you know, it'll make things much easier once P3D is at its final version. You know, and that makes it much easier for developers and everyone to do things that they know they don't have to update again, you know, in 6 months to a year, or change or completely rewrite script for it. It does make it a lot easier to do that when it's at its final stage. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It makes sense. It absolutely makes sense. Since we don't have clouds, let's change this view to the we'll change it to the spotlight. Yo, Adam, I can't believe that I completely forgot about these features that we have with the picture-in-picture. Dude, game changer. It's been a game changer, and I completely forgot we had this. I think we had it in FSX too, didn't we? It just would give you a out of memory error if it got too close. But I completely forgot about this, so now I can do some tower views in the second one to actually see us come in and land. Absolute game changer. I can put the main screen as a wing view and then do the flight controls from that and undock the window and move it to my second monitor and fly it in normal. But have you guys sitting at the window seat coming in to land? It's like, yo, these are gonna be cool doing this. I completely forgot about this until the other day I was messing around with it. It's like, oh, this actually adds a little bit more dynamics to the stream to have that second, and that way I'm not having to switch between cameras to show the wing view and all that. I just pick a camera view or switch from it on that second screen to stay in the flight deck. Same old cycle devs want to get burned with continual updates all the time. Yeah. Set to true in the config files as it won't render a random view. It will share the same world as your main camera. Saves resources on hardware. Let me make sure you have global view set to true in the config. And is that in the P3D config section? I've never messed with that. Because yeah, obviously when I open up one of the views, I lose about half my FPS. On the brand new view will share the same world as your main camera. Dude, thanks. Okay, yeah, so in the config, in the P3D config. Gotcha. So I assume use global terrain view right now is set to false. And I need to switch it to true. Let me write that down too. Before I forget 4 hours. Thank you, man. I appreciate that, Adam. Just writing that down. Camera in the corner is rendering a whole new world. Yes, which obviously is why I'm losing half my FPS. Well, at this point, I'm probably not losing much of anything. But yes, on the ground, I notice it right away. But I'm losing half my FPS when I add that view, when I open that view. Why would that, so tell me this then, why would that not already be set to true? What would be the reason for them to not have that set to true and have it set to false? If it saves resources anyway, I feel like that should already be by default that way. What would be what's the con as to why they didn't set it to true? It should be the same. We'll have to switch for the same. Just got you. I guess you were saying I won't lose FPS with that tweak. Got you. Body, got you. Yes, true. And it's wild because I can definitely understand. Well, even for this particular instance, it would make sense to have it for true even when P3D was 32-bit. It makes absolutely no sense to have this set to false and create a new view when it's obviously going to create an out of memory error. You know, so when it was 32-bit. It should have been that, and I can understand if maybe they changed it when they went to 64-bit. But even then, it doesn't make sense if it's saving resources and FPS and allowing you to use that feature. It's kind of the same way with the like the top-down view. I've changed it. I used to change it. I had it changed in 4.5, but from the top-down view, you still see the weather. I haven't changed it in 5. I never went back and messed with it in 5, but. And 4, in version 4, from the top-down view, it doesn't show the weather. But you can, set that to true as well, and you can see the weather from the top-down view. Heck no, dude, I'm not changing anything right now. I got PTSD from my sim crashing on me. already. I ain't changing anything, dude. Thanks though. I am not touching shit inside that config file right now. Absolutely nothing. Not chancing it. I believe you, but like I said, I got PTSD. I had to do my return leg from Honolulu to Phoenix. No, to Dallas Fort Worth was that flight. I think it was my second leg in the 777. I had to do that flight 3 times because my PC. And it turns out it wasn't a sim issue. It was my CPU thermal throttling. I think it was my temps was going up way too high, and it kept having the thermal throttle. And after about 2.5 hours in, it just said, well, if you aren't going to listen to me, then I'm just going to shut the PC down and start over. So I had to make some changes to that on my CPU settings and such, on my power settings. But still, I'm not taking any chances. And shaking already by mention. Yes. I'm like, dude, I'm literally, my hands are sweating right now. Yeah, and I ended up streaming that flight on YouTube. I was like, if it crashes on YouTube, I have no, and I always stream on YouTube unlisted because I have all these flights to schedule, kind of like you do on your channel, Adam, where you have a lot of your stuff scheduled like months out. All of my flights end up on YouTube, but they end up there on the scheduled time frame. So when I stream on YouTube, I don't stream it publicly. I still stream it unlisted. And then I just throw the link in my Discord announcement, so if anybody want to watch it on YouTube, they can. But if I get a sim crash or anything crash, and I'm going to redo the flight, I just stream it over there instead of on Twitch. It's just easier, less stressful, and less pressure. Yeah, exactly. Oh no, I definitely understand. Yes. And plus, even on like long hauls like this, you know, if you're streaming on YouTube, you got less words of being rated. You know, no one's gonna rate it. You don't want to be away from your PC, you know, and be rude. Somebody brings a raid in and you're not there. So on YouTube, I don't have to worry about that. You know, and I can walk away from the PC, you know, for a little bit of time, which is why I'm obviously streaming on Twitch, because the wife and the kiddo are out of town. They won't be back till tomorrow. So, you know, I typically was doing some YouTube ones so that way I have time to take care of the kid, you know, help out around here while the flight's going on, and, you know, go from there. But yeah, we are already on flight number, what is this, flight number 5? Yeah, this is flight number 5, going back to Phoenix. Then we come back to Hawaii 2 more times to 2 of the different big airports. Actually, come back 1, 2, 3 more times actually. Yeah, we come back 3 more times. If I'm looking at this correct, HKO, HTO, and then HOG. Yeah, because it's 5 airports, 5 major airports here. So, yeah, we'll be flying back to Hawaii 3 more times. And then our 2 last legs will be going to Heathrow, and then from Heathrow back to Phoenix. We'll probably be flying this. On that Heathrow flight, we'll probably be flying the 200 LR instead of the ER. For that leg, because that was when I last looked up, that's the actual aircraft that flew the Heathrow leg, so that's probably what we'll be flying. Oh yeah, that's what I was going to do. Let me mess with the EFB. Let's turn you on. Let's just kind of mess around with the performance. Runway, let's go landed. Let's get weight and balance first. We obviously took off with maximum landed weight, so we're obviously well below the max landed weight now. aircraft. Yep, already well below within the limits for the landing weight. Let's complete that, and let's do show landing data. Show en route. Copy from FMC. We already got 2 left in. We haven't got our winds and stuff in. We'll probably get that. This should be dry there as well. Let me see as of right now what it's showing winds are in Phoenix, because that's going to change over the next. So we're 3 hours 56 minutes out. We're literally only 3 minutes within the main schedule. I mean within our time of arrival. So we're either going to speed this bird up, or we're going to be slightly late landed. Let's see. So as of right now, where the winds are, show people we got 60 at 10. Temps. Yo, it is hot in Arizona right now. Even last night when I loaded, actually no, when I landed there from Dallas, flew back to Phoenix from Dallas, it was 111 at night. And again, it's 44 Celsius in Arizona right now at 9 o'clock at night. It's insane. I know it's a dry heat in Arizona, but still. Yeah, because the dew point and temperature spread are, the humidity is 14%, almost non-existent. But it's just crazy at how hot it is at night. You literally have to calculate density altitude at 10 o'clock at night. We're taking off out of somewhere in Phoenix. So we got 44.
This is too much for me, man. You know, I can really dig this, man. You know why? This kind of thing
Yo,
happens to me every week.
Yo. We got Pure Luck coming through with the rate of 6. What's happening, Pure Luck? How are you, my friend? Thanks for coming in. Give a shout out to our good friend Pure Luck. Thanks for the raid, man. How are you? Hope all is well. I saw you live earlier. I think you were flying the 7-3, right? You're in the 7-3 again flying. But welcome in, Raiders. Thank you again, our good buddy, good friend as always, Pure Luck, coming through with the raid. Hope all went well for you. It seems, no, that's probably close to right when you typically end your streams. Absolutely, man, absolutely. Welcome in. You said thanks for the shout out. 7.9. Oh, okay, you're flying a 900. Nice. Too much in the 7.3s lately. Doing good, man. Welcome in. Yeah, we're doing good. We're just trying to do this return flight from Hawaii, from the airport of which the name I cannot pronounce. I have a hard time pronouncing it correctly. I was calling it Lihue, but it's I think it's Lihue. I think it's what it is. We took off out of there about an hour or so ago. Let's see, about an hour and a half ago we took off out of there. And we've been in flight now. We still have the sun up on this side of the world, which should be set by the time we reach the coast of California. We're an hour and a half in with about 3 hours and 50 minutes to go. We should be landing in Phoenix at midnight 20 Mountain Standard Time. It'll be 1:20 a.m. Central Time for me. But yes, that's what we have. Again, welcome in, everyone. And as you guys see in the top left corner, this is the aircraft we're flying in. This is the 777-200ER. One World livery. That's what we're flying in today. And we actually flew this same aircraft to Hawaii. So we're flying the same aircraft back that we flew into Hawaii. So yeah, welcome in, guys. We got our second raid today. We got a raid earlier from Dane Flats as well. We appreciate the raid from everyone, man. Appreciate you guys coming through with the raids, man. Yeah, we got a long haul here. Trying to make it back stateside here. But the weather looks good. Looks like it should be uneventful. Maybe we'll have LAX Center on. They were on earlier. Cineweeze, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you. So where'd you fly to today, Pure Luck? I didn't get to see the destinations you were flying to, but I did see that you were flying. Stop that. Oh, Prague to Budapest, Dubrovnik. Trying to see what's new in the latest world. Oh yeah, I did see that in your title that you was doing the that you had did the world update. You said that's right. How did it look? I hope it looked great. And did you enjoy it? And how were those landings? How do we do on those landings today? Let's get these folks some alcohol. It's after. We'll give them some alcohol. Yeah, temps are coming way down. Down more than enough. Dubrovnik didn't look that good actually, but maybe something was not installed right. Oh, got you. I see. So all below 200, so nice, dude, nice. Good weather, I take it, or hope, with some good weather for you. Yo, the one that I remember the most was, I don't remember where you were landing at, man, but it was raining and like gusty winds. I think you had like a 10 or 12 knot tailwind. You were like riding the brakes when you landed, trying to get that thing stopped. I think you were in the 800, if I'm not mistaken. That was like one of the most intense landings I feel like I've seen you have. It was crazy. Nice on the butter. No, actually, okay, weather-wise, that one was probably one of the craziest. The other one, I think you were flying into an island that had like I think it had like a 4,000-foot runway. You had to go around like twice because the approach only took you to a certain part, like right to the right of a mountain that was on the left, so you had to like hook around this mountain to come around and then do a like right when you came around the mountain, you had to like already be putting it down on the runway. I don't remember where you were. I don't know if you were in Ireland or Scotland, maybe somewhere. No, you were in the 737. I think you were in the 737-700 or 800. But it was crazy. I do remember you went around twice. This was like maybe 6 months ago, maybe. But you went around twice because the first time I think you didn't see the runway, so you went around, had to come back around, do the approach again. It seems like it was almost all visual. I cannot remember the area you were in though when you did it, but that one was pretty crazy too. I feel like you were in like Ireland or Scotland somewhere. It was a small small airport out in the middle of nowhere, like between the whole mountain and the lake. That's what it was. So it was right off the lake, a big lake, or either yeah, I think it was like on a lake, but you had to do like a visual approach almost after you reach your point of getting ready to turn in on like a left turn in around the mountain to get down in there. It was cool though, either way. It was just, man, I've seen you have some high, crazy, intense landings, man. But you stuck them all, so it was still cool as hell to see. It's great to see. Absolutely. So are you done for the night, my friend? What else you thinking about flying? Oh man, I hear you. I understand. A320. Oh man, the MD-80 scares me, man. Cool deal, Adam, man. Appreciate you stopping in, man. And you had a long stream too, man. You had that 8-hour stream. So absolutely, man. I appreciate you stopping in. Gotta be up in 3 hours, man. You might as well just drink some coffee and stay awake. Watch the sun come up, Adam. $320, but yeah, the MD-80 scares me, man. Oh, the 787. The Dreamliner. Absolutely, again, appreciate the raid, Pure Luck, man. Again, everyone. Pure Luck, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Pestridge as well. Thank you guys for hanging out and stopping in. Man, y'all have an awesome night, man. Get some sleep. Hopefully y'all sleep well. We'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna try not to fall asleep, man. I'm absolutely gonna try not to fall asleep. That's the absolute fear, especially being on VATSIM 2, is to fall asleep on VATSIM. I've had that happen. It's been a while since I've had it happen, but it has happened on stream. I think I was streaming on YouTube at the time though. So it was only one person that saw it, and it was United Bill. He was trying to wake me up. And VATSIM, the controllers was trying to reach out to me. When I woke up, the airplane was just circling over Chicago here. I was like, oh, I gotta just end this, man. I screwed the pooch on this one. But yeah, thanks a lot, the Pure Luck, man. I think my episode will like that. I hear you, dude. I hear you, man. But yeah, you guys take care, man. Again, thank y'all for stopping in and hanging out. And again, thanks for the raid, Pure Luck, man. Have a great night. This is what we got here. Oh, I'm gonna have to open it in. Oh man, he said it didn't end. Oh man, look at that. Look at that. Hit the link, guys. That kind of reminds me of that one guy that has the, I think he has a 727, like out in the jungle somewhere that he lives in. So we'll just call it that, man. You were just setting up your aircraft for that living space. That's where its final resting place is going to be at, to live in. Man. So I take it, yeah, you ran out of gas then. He ran out of gas, and the airplane glided itself down into the brush. I definitely understand, my friend. Good night again, Pure Luck, man. Thanks for stopping by. Bringing the party of 6 with you. Thank you guys again. Everyone else is here hanging out. Like I said, we have about, you can always, if you guys don't know, you can hit exclamation ETE. It's very close to what the actual time of landing is. That's our time. It's off by about 5 minutes. It's about 5 minutes ahead of the time we actually have, but it's close enough. Of course, also you have the ETA up there in the top corner. If you're looking at it on PC, you can see it. Light off the tail. Oh, so we were looking at the EFB here. Let's see what we can get on the on our landing information here. From right now, I'm gonna have to run that one more time so we can see what we have. Since that's probably been a little bit of time. Now let's run weight and balance again. Read from aircraft. We're at 428.5. Burn 3,000 pounds in just that small amount of time. All right. High keyboard. Yeah, and that's that updated. All right, so we still have 260 at 10. Still 44 Celsius outside. QNH 2979. Oh crap! I always forget that. I got to put that there. 9.79. And let's see. As of right now, we have everything. Both engines operational. We'll do flaps 25. AC auto, AI auto, brakes. Let's just start off with brakes 1. Hoping to have no issues, none normals, we'll say. And let's calculate. Should be fine. Oh, it's not fine. Well, we're also still have to burn another, what, let's see. It's about 2 hours and 44 minutes worth of fuel. So at 13,000 pounds, it was almost, we still got to burn almost about another 30,000 pounds of fuel, so we'll definitely be much lighter. So right now, setting up for runway 25 left, we need at least 8,100 feet of runway at our current weight. Yo, the Yeezy guy, what's up, man? Good to see you. I see you've been putting in some work, man. I've been watching the videos you've been putting out there on YouTube, man. Good to see you. Welcome in. We're in the 777-200ER. Flying from Hawaii back to Phoenix, Arizona. Alright, so we can't use auto brakes for 1. So we calculate you. And let's see. Auto brakes 2. Use auto brakes too. That's only the difference of about 200 feet. So as of right now, we're probably looking close to using auto brakes 3 for this landing. I mean, we could always add more flaps too. Let's see, auto brakes 3 is about a 600. Yeah, we'd probably be better off instead of smoking the brakes. We'd probably be better off going flaps 30. Much slower rate. Yeah, that's over the difference of 1,200 feet. Passing the loading screen. Either reshape broke it, or this new MSPC. Interesting. How long has it been doing that now? What'd you change? Did anything else change that you can think of? Did you just start using the reshade? This is likely the configuration we go with right now. That obviously is going to change once we get closer. We'll probably end up auto brakes too. That's what we likely end up doing. But as of right now, we're going to be landing 25 left. Oh, it was just the MSP. Interesting. And is that from Flightbeam? One thing I can think about is the forced update. Oh, got you. Now, from what I've heard from other guys that's on Microsoft, isn't it normal whenever you do one of the world updates, you have to clear out your cache folder or your one of those folders that has all of the stuff in it that's, oh, you say they haven't converted theirs over yet. Like, from what I heard from quite a few guys, like whatever scenery or scenery that you downloaded, you know, to have already available from Microsoft, you have to clear that stuff out before you Oh, you don't have rolling cache on anymore. Gotcha. I have an internet causes stutters. Gotcha. I feel like, yeah, I've heard that before as well. When you do have the rolling cache on, it causes some stutters on it. Man, hopefully you get it fixed. I would assume hopefully it'll be an easy fix. I hope it is for you. Oh, it was bad. Oh, man. Nice. Hold on, so you did a quick reinstall of the scenery? Oh, okay. Oh, a quick reload. Okay. Gotcha. But hey, let me know how it goes, man. You finna do a flight? Or are you planning to do a flight tonight? Okay. Okay, no worries. No worries. I was about to say, where's the sunlight coming from? The sun should be behind us. It's still within reach. Gave these folks some drinks. They're happy. Oh yeah, let's bring up let's bring up the cabin. Let's see what these folks are doing in the back. And dude, the last flight with Quartz. Let's see what you said. MSFS will only work if you have the cabin SIM 777 installed. Thank me later. Oh man, damn Quartz. Dynamic Quartz. Alright, so the last time we flew coming here, for some reason, I honestly think we were transporting a church of people or something, because no one wanted to drink any alcohol on that flight. You served alcohol, no one drunk any. So, but after they ate, everyone was hitting the toilet, like everyone. So I'm assuming they served Taco Bell on that flight, is what I'm thinking. Because right now the toilets are empty. Oh, that's intercom. Let's see. Toilet 6. There's another toilet here. Hold on. Oh, we got somebody on the toilet right now. Monique. What's up, Monique? She's draining it. I don't know what she's draining, but she's draining it. Nervous flyer? No, she's healthy. She's satisfied. She's happy. A little thirsty, but happy. Let's see. Let's go through here and see what these folks are doing. They said they had. Yeah, that's probably why they didn't want to drink. They wanted to see Hawaii, and even still, they didn't get to see Hawaii because it was overcast. We didn't break out to 1,900 feet. They didn't get to see anything. Let's see. Drunk. We did give out alcohol, and I don't know if anyone did any drinking. Is that an empty seat? Thirsty, not drunk though. Definitely not drunk. I'm trying to see what colors represent drunk. I'm still trying to figure that out. But 0 people are drinking. Only one person out of 265 are sleeping. Oh yeah, that's right, Coach. The Brotherton crew. The Brothertons. It was the little 3-year-old and her grandpa that was flying that day. That's right. That is right. You know what? They sound like they would have. That name sounds like they would have their own brewery. You're right. That's the absolute name to have. If you don't own a brewery with that last name, you're doing something wrong. It sounds like he has the curly mustache and stuff too. Every picture he takes, he looks like he's from the 1600s with his suspenders on and such. Anybody got anxiety? Any anxiety? I think we got somebody right here that's anxious. Oh, they're reading the book though. Reading the book typically helps an anxious person calm down. Now, I can't even pronounce that name. Mr. Phillips. I'll just call him Mr. Phillips. At least he's smart enough to have his seatbelt on. Only one person doesn't have their seatbelt on the flight. 2 people now. I'm assuming they're in the bathroom. Must be in the restroom if they don't have their seatbelt on. Or going to the restroom. Yeah, we only got this one fellow. Oh no, we got 2. We got 2 people on here that's a little anxious. Or 3. Oh, this is somebody too. Oh no, he's just using the bathroom. He's using the toilet. Oh, this person's very anxious. I wonder if we can put some alcohol in Paul. He's 21. He just turned 21. So, yo, Paul, you need to have a drink, man, and calm down. Calm down, my dude. Oh, snap. He said beer o'clock 19 minutes ago, so he did have a beer. He's not drunk, though. We might need to give him another beer. SLC and Pack X. Dude, well, I will tell you this. Do you already own Pack X? If you already own it, then I'd say use it. But the next release that come out is going to be a game changer for Pack X, from self-loading cargo. It's going to definitely be a game changer. So that's all I'm going to say. If you haven't seen the videos that he's put out recently, check them out. That should now, again, this dude's known for taking forever to release stuff, so I don't really want to talk him up too much. But he has put out some videos, like current videos, that seem like he might be releasing it pretty soon. Both SOC is better because you can upload a lot of sound bites and airline. Yes. Oh, so you can't do that with Pack X ports? I know you, well, obviously you now, and FNL and Decimal and Bill. I know those guys use Pack X. Coming up on Flex now, and I believe after Flex is when we start that step climb. FMC will tell us too. We'll double check in the FMC, make sure we have the ability to climb up as well. I gotta go back up and look at that. So 39. Yeah, once we cross Flex, we're 178 miles from Flex. We'll start that step climb up to 410. The latest version right now is 1.55, but the version that's going to be coming out for self-loading cargo is going to be 1.6. Oh, you can only add safety videos. Gotcha. Yeah, 1.6 is going to be coming out. Hopefully before the month's over with is what I'm hoping. He said in his initial video he was hoping to release it by the end of June, if not early July. And as we see, we're already halfway through July, so hopefully he'll release it before July is over. Anyone thirsty? How many people are thirsty? We're at the 2-hour mark anyway now, so we'll give out some more to drink. Let's see. Oh, no, one person. Just trying to get off so I can see. Doesn't look like many people are actually thirsty. Doesn't look like it. have sound bites from pretty much most of the airlines. It took a while to sort out even having custom sounds of the crew saying what is on the menu. Really, Quartz, for SLC, where'd you find them all at? Because I can't access anything in the dude's Discord no more. I hope am I the only one? Maybe I'm kicked out of the Discord or something. Maybe I can't see anything. Maybe he's like banned me to only see nothing. I don't know. I didn't do anything wrong. You talking about Jason from Coastal? Or is that guy's name, 3JS Cabinet? Is that the guy who makes it? Oh, we got some light chop going on here. No, wrong view. Switch that view. It's not really doing anything. It hit a little bit of light chop there. Not much. Let's get rid of you. Go ahead and serve drinks again. It's at the 2-hour mark. Try to do it once an hour. Cabin sounds pack and just match the scenarios. Like, oh yeah. Does anybody have better? You know what? I might be using this guy's stuff for American. I just couldn't find like some of the right things. Like I have the music file for the actual American sound, like boarding sound and stuff. And it's got some announcements. It's not all of them. Like almost none of the captain stuff. Sounds I think I have quite a bit for Delta, but that's probably about it. The only thing is Pack X will actually tell you the weather temps and the arrival airports. Now there's a way supposedly you can do that in self-loading cargo, but I think it's the text-to-speech or text the TTS. Where you can manually put it in so it'll say it. I thought about doing that, but then I was like, nah, I'm not doing all of that. Because when I started putting custom sounds in for like version 1.3, like right after I did all of my own sounds and my own voiceovers, he changed the codec for the audio. I think he went from WAV to MP4 or something like that, I think. So none of them worked, and after that I was like, I'm not updating this again. I'll just find the sounds. And then, you know, he added a lot more to it than what was there for 1.3, and I was like, I'm not doing all these voiceovers. That's way more than what originally was on there. So I just, if I would have known though, it was gonna take him nearly 3 years to release 1.6, I probably would have went ahead and did it. But the way he was cranking out these updates, I was like, I'm not going to mess with it because he may change something again that I'll have to start everything over from scratch. You have to make sure you're not using a generic Arrival custom sound pack, like Arrival in Chicago. Oh yeah, while you landed in New York. I might be saying the wrong thing. Maybe it was something else and he changed, but he did change it because none of my personal sound packs worked anymore. But he even said that, like in the change log, that they changed from one sound format to a different one. And like I said, when I updated to the next version, none of my custom sounds were working. And I was like, why are none of these working? And I think I initially started changing them to update them to that format, and then I just quit. Like, I'm not messing with it anymore. 'Cause, 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 like, I'm PackX does tell you the weather in overtime when you land. Yeah, because I've heard it a lot on FNL, and I think Bills, I've heard it on theirs. Rowdy patches like hashing if you want SL. Yes. Again, dude, I don't know if he's updating it with that stuff. I really hope he does. I really hope he does, man. Yeah. Actually, I'll wait because they're not actually turning on anyway. Oh, yeah, they are. I will do that. Some lights on it. Say, I like fly like 4 times a year. It's gonna be a good one too because the passengers are drinking tonight. Yes. Hold on. Oh, they're already done. Let me give them some more alcohol. Let's see how they take this alcohol bender. I want them falling onto the jet bridge when they get off here today. In case we run into some, it's supposedly with some turbulence like southeast, which we may run into as we get to as we make our way to Phoenix on the arrival phase. So we're gonna turn the AC down and get them a little drunk, and hopefully they don't remember it and give us a good pass, a good rating on the flight. That's the plan. All right, let's see if anybody's taking alcohol. Anybody? Oh, we got 5 people drinking. Let's see, who do we have? How do I see who's the drinkers? You drinking? Enjoying that. Okay, now I see light green guys. All right, he's drinking. He's gonna need the toilet shortly, but he's what, 1% drunk, 2%. See how much he need to get drunk. Let's see there, what you got there. If you want to use text to speech, you can. I think I've tried it, but it uses like the default, whatever your default text to speech is through Windows. Announce flight phases. Yeah, I don't use them. I have them turned off. And actually, here I'll show you on screen. Here what my settings are. He said it was I guess hit or miss anyway. Let's see. Let me bring up settings. All right, so from general, this is what I have. Let me know when you need to go to the next screen. Take a screenshot or something. Hopefully you can see it. Hopefully it's big enough. But this is just the first tab. Next, voices. This is where I got my stuff set to. Yeah, that's that screen you just posted. That miscellaneous down here at the bottom. So these are actually enabled, but the text-to-speech part are not. They're not being used. All right. You need to see the other ones, or are you good? Sound effects. Right here is pretty good for me because I don't want to hear the people in the back, in the front of the airplane too loudly. So you can somewhat hear them. Like if you guys have on headphones when that's going on, you probably will hear it back there. But I have it just loud enough where you can kind of like sound like you're hearing it through the door. Anything else? These last three are nothing but penalties for turbulence. I do have it set to that for turbulence. Hold on, I think I turned some of these off. I forgot I need to turn a couple of these things off. Let me see. Reactive accessories, reactive VR. I think I turned a couple of these things off because they were just kind of an annoyance. Let's see. React road. No, I guess these are all fine. Check lane lights on during approaching landing. Okay, you're good. You got it all. All right, perfect. That's the settings. Let's see who's drunk. Drunk. I don't think anybody's gonna be drunk. I don't think we've given out enough alcohol for them to get drunk. Yeah, everybody's still in the green. Nobody's drinking. They're already done. Satisfaction, though. We got some things. Let's see. Some of them. Let me see. I can find the ones that should be. Nobody should be thirsty. Just gave out regular drinks and alcohol. Alright, nobody should be hungry. We got 99%, so we just had to reach those few people that needed some more alcohol. Let's see anxiety. Let's see if the guy that we had earlier that had anxiety is gone. I think it was this guy, the 21-year-old guy. I don't know. Conway said, "Drink, Sarah? You should drink something." He's just using the Wi-Fi. I think this was the chick earlier that had some anxiety. Our 21-year-old guy, he's good. I don't even see him on here. So that alcohol kind of evened him out a little bit, kind of mellowed him out. I don't even see his person turning colors. Hold on, why did they change to? Oh, it's because I got this. I was about to say, why did they change to circles instead of people? I gotta turn the filter off and put it back and speak. That's right. All right, good, man. I'm glad I could help on that. Easy. Hopefully that works out for you, man, and you can be golden on those settings for self-loading cargo. Like I said, hopefully he'll be updating some stuff soon. The UI and everything is completely different on the new one. But I'm honestly excited for it. I'm hoping it comes out here pretty soon. All right, we're reaching our ETOPS exit point for PHTO. Just download the airline pack you want. SOC, you see folders like cabin music, safety boarding, flight. Just drop them MP3 files into those folders. takes a while to get it all running. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at that because I really like to have more of the American Airlines stuff more realistic. Because like I said, he's added so much more complexity to it that I don't even want to mess around with doing the voice packs anymore, like making my own voice packs. The good thing though with 1.6, it'll be you'll have the voice enabled where you can just talk the phrases out. So that's going to be cool. The voice to text is what it is, I guess. Where it recognizes your voice, and as long as you say the words correct, should be good. It looks like it's pretty seamless. So that's what I'm excited for, is that I don't have to. I can just speak it. I don't even have to, make the sound packs anymore. I can just call it out, and then other than the cabin crew talking and saying they're, making their voices, but it looks good. I'm very excited for it. Checking some things here. We're a little under halfway to the halfway mark. We got the sun going down on us. Ports also, are you putting your sound packs in the C drive folder or the ones? Well, so I have my SLC installed in on the same drive as my sim, but it looks like it still puts the SLC stuff in another folder on my C drive. Let me see if I can bring it up. I'll bring up my E drive. So like here, the SLC, I go in here and right away I got sound packs. So I have all my sound packs there. And like I said, I have Delta and American, and so it has all of those, obviously, the ones, but some of these are off. I think I have to go in and kind of rearrange these too, because like when the captain makes the announcement, it sounds like it's actually the crew that's making the announcement, but the guy had them labeled this way, which was strange. Of course, the cabin layout, I have gone in and reconfigured some of the cabin layouts for, I think I changed the cabin layouts for the 175, and I think I did it for the Airbuses when I was flying Delta. I had to go in and make some adjustments to the cabin layouts because they did. Oh no, I think I did it on this one. This was one of them, I think. The King Air, I made some adjustments to, if I'm not mistaken. And there's the Max. I know I made some adjustments to one of them. Sure. Yeah, the dates all look the same, but I did go in and change some, update some to have the right seating. Put all my flight sim stuff outside the C drive. Got you. Yeah, but for some reason for mine, some of the stuff, it still ends up putting some of it, like some of the residual stuff, it'll still try to sneak it into like the program's data folder or something in the C drive. That's good enough. back on. Where do you find the sound packs? I don't see U91. Yeah, I don't think I found a U91. I barely found a Delta and American one, and like I said, it's probably about a 60% complete from where I found it. And that was just back on the forum, on his forum in Discord. I think I was still able to search some of the old stuff and found some from in there on his Discord. Default, so you have to drag the airline packs, download it to the same level. Yeah. Sound packs from the Explain site. Oh, they have them on the. Oh, you know what? I think a few times I did go to the Explain site, but I wasn't sure if they actually worked. So I didn't even mess with them. I think I saw some in. You know what? I think I saw some in Flight SimTO is where I seen them at. And the ones that I thought was gonna work and be perfect ended up not working at all. Oh yeah, this camera is kind of useless. So let's close it out. Close that out, get all our FPS back. So I gotta do that like Adam said. Hours, 40 minutes block time, 226 flight time. So you launch your flight and it is going to ask you which airline. Yes, exactly. You pick which airline, take it off default. Yeah, make sure not to choose default. Otherwise, it's going to be the default sound pack. Tell you though, yeah, exactly. It does take time, man, to get it lined. But when it's lined up right, man, it's a thing of beauty. That's what I like too. I don't even know if I want to mess with it right now because can you zip up your sound packs and send? Bro, I'm not doing that. Are you in his Discord? If you're in his Discord, that's why I grabbed the ones that I have. What? And you say United? I don't know that I have United though. Yeah, let me see. Let me see if I can get you his Discord real quick. But I'm almost inclined to believe to go with the ones Quartz is saying, the ones that's on the X-Plane site, because he does do SLC for X-Plane, Microsoft, and P3D. And I haven't tried any from the X-Plane site, which may be more up to date than the ones that I have, because I'd like to get the American sound pack more dialed in. Let me see. And when you get into his Discord, just type in, you know, you can do the search part and type in his just type in sound packs for the airline, and you know it'll bring up a bunch of them of what people have posted and what they have in there. I know some of them are pretty good. Let's see. I'm trying to see how I can share his server. I'm doing on my stream PC. I don't have Discord on my stream PC. I have it on my sim PC. But if you go to his if you go to his website, go to his self-loading cargo website. If I'm not mistaken, oh, you know what? Hold on, I probably can do it. I probably can do that for you. Hold on. I'm saying it and not realizing I can do it here. I should be able to grab it. I can post it. Just that should be his Discord. Takes time to nitpick through the sound bites. Yeah, that you want. Yeah, because that typically is what I do. I'll listen to them, see how they sound, make sure that they're saying the stuff I wanted to say. You know, and then go from there. If some of them sound kind of crappy, I'm like, if the audio's too low, I don't want one that has the audio too low as well. Too light, so So you guys, it's gonna take some time to really kind of go through it and see which sound bites you like. And I'd absolutely say go to. Let me see if I can find this one. Explain. Okay, there we go. Self-loading cargo. Explain. See if there's anything in here. Oh, you know what, Quartz? I actually did get to Explain and found some stuff that I wanted, and then found that I had to create an account on Explain, I think, in order to access them. So I was like, I'm not doing that. So I didn't end up being able to get the sound packs, check the sound packs in there. So we're approaching Tokyo. What? Well, can't use that one. Exactly. That's insane. Yeah, right. It's dark in this flight there. Let's see if we turn on the light. It might be too bright. Ew, that's too bright. Not cozy enough. Oh, gotcha. First 2 years, gotcha. Oh, you know what, Yeezy? You're in my Discord already. If you can't find it or find the stuff, I'll try to do it after the flight and try to send it to you on Discord. I have to log in to Discord on my PC though. Yeah, and I can zip it and then send it to you in Discord. Worst case, if you can't find it or can't get it going, send me a message. And, yeah, and I'll try to send you the ones that I have. I do the search, most of the downloads are deleted. Oh, gotcha. And you're trying to find United? I'm trying to think, do I even have you? You know what, I think I do have some United ones in here. Let me see, I think it may have been showing on there when I brought it up earlier. Let me see. See, I think I had them in here. Oh no, I got American. I think I got them. I feel like I have them somewhere. Maybe it was just the cabin layouts I have. United. Let me see. They may be in the. I think they may be the ones in the C drive. Let me go look for them here. Loading sound packs. Yeah, I think I may need to get the ones that's in my, because that for some reason self-loading cargo installed in my program x86 folder, and I got a lot of stuff in there. Yeah, I got American, and that may be what's crossing it up and causing the issue for me on certain sounds. I don't have United though. I thought I did. I don't have United though. But I have, you know what, let me go look at the folder that I had these in. Because I always save all of my download stuff to a different drive. You say when I do search, that is okay. Yeah, let me see though, let me see. And I can tell you I got it from as well, because I think the guy's name was on it as well. Let's go see self-loading. Yeah, see, I was on self-loading cargo on version 1.0. Is when I jumped on it. It was like, I think his first release of self-loading cargo. And had 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, and I think after 1.3 is when he screwed and got rid of all of the medical and the people fighting and getting upset in the back. That's when he turned that stuff off. I was like, yo, I haven't seen anybody acting crazy in the back in a long time. Then I think I sent him an email and asked him about it, and that's when he said that, yeah, he turned that part off, but he'll be reintroducing it. He was supposed to reintroduce it in 1.5, and it didn't happen. I don't have no United, man. You see, cabin layouts, I got a crap ton of cabin layouts. I got United layouts though. I don't know what airplanes do I have. I got 319, 738, 752, 772, 773, 789, CRJ 550, and 135 in Embraer. I got a crap ton of cabin layouts though. Sound packs. Let's see. I feel like I had these in here based on a person's name. Set up. Yeah, no, dude, I have no United audio. I got two Americans for some reason. Two Americans. Oh, here's the guy that y'all were talking about. Here's his readme. That's the guy y'all were talking about right there, right? JDYs3. Is that the guy? No, that's not the guy. Is that the guy? I don't know if y'all can read that or not. La Vixia. Yeah, I have a set by him and then another set of American Airlines, but it only had like the cabin music, so I kind of merged both of those two guys' things together. Oh, okay, gotcha. So I kind of like had to mesh some things together. I took some from one guy's sound pack for what worked good in his, and if that same one was terrible in somebody else's, I just deleted that one, put that one in with that, and then moved that into my sound packs of self-loading cargo. But I got Air France, Air Baltic, American, Atlantic Airways, which I'm going to be using at some point when I do the Faroe Island flights, and myself, because that's who I think I'm flying under right now. Atlantic Airways on self-loading, not self-loading, but a Pilot's Life 2. I have done 0 hours in the Pilot's Life 2. I'm still running my hours up on point. I got British Airways, and again, on some of these, I don't know how much is actually there. Just cabin music and safety announcement looks like. Oh, got quite a few other, let me see. Final approach. I think some of these may sound good. I just played one. I don't know if y'all heard that. Oh, you said his name was 3J Cabin Sounds. Full in English. Where it's at. Yes, Pentagon. I know, dude. I haven't done a single hour in that one, man. A single hour. I go in there and I haven't logged in it. I gotta re-log into it. I know my login is the same, but I think when one of the times my PC crashed, a Pilot's Life completely like deactivated my login on my serial number, so I have to put the serial number back in. And it came. I was like, I'm not doing that, man. My Pilot's Life 1's still working. I'm probably leading the pack on the Pilot's Life 1 because no one's on it no more. So I probably hold the records on everything in the Pilot's Life 1 right now. I don't even know. But yeah, dude. And he said that by the end of the year he's gonna be turning off Pilot's Life 1, so it's gonna force me into using a Pilot's Life 2. I just gotta port all my hours over before it happens, because I know it says you can port your hours into APL2, just not the experience. It would be nice though if by the time I start using it, he updated to where you can put your experience over, and it'll be like I never left in. I'll have all of that in the Pilot's Life 2 with just better scheduling, and maybe even switching to a different company or something. Like the sun has completely set on us. Yeah, the sun is down and we are right exactly at the halfway mark of getting to the destination. Yeah, we're actually losing fuel. Oh snap, we're actually supposed to be step climbing too. I just forgot about that. Let's see. He has United, just need explain.group. Oh, okay. If you're still in there, do you have explain account? Let's see, VNAV cruise. 430 if you wanted to now. Alright, that checks. Let's set the altitude to 410. Probably gonna do a vertical climb on it. That Mach speed. We'll just do a slow climb. Set that'll update it in the air panel. Well. Folks in the back won't even know it. probably just upload them sometime this week and give y'all a mega link. Sweet exports. Yeah, and like I said, I'm with you on that, dude. I've done it on quite a bit of airlines now. Like I said, I had the United stuff going. No, I didn't, because I don't have no United stuff. I just had the United cabin layout set up correctly. But I know I have the Delta sound packs. I had to kind of reorganize and get right. And honestly, like I said, I'm kind of don't even want to mess with it now that it looks like he's going to be releasing 1.6. Because I may end up having to reorganize. We're obviously going to have to reorganize anyway, because he's adding a lot more phrases and multiple layers of audio files, audio announcements and stuff. So I may not even mess with it until 1.6 come out, because I know when 1.6 come out, he ain't releasing nothing else for another 10 years probably. So I think it'll be ideal for me to not even waste time messing with it right now until 1.6 come out and see how it works. Climbed up to 410. 2 hours 46 minutes into the flight. Let's see, we got a block time of 2 hours 58 minutes already. So yeah, man, other than good buddy Easy and Quartz here, man, hope everyone else is doing well. Thank y'all for hanging out on this flight here. See what we're looking like at 410. Like I said, I think I'm going to speed us up, because it looks like we can do at least 0.86. We're not even doing 500 right now. Let's go back. All right, we're reaching 410. Go back to PNAV speed. Yeah, I think we're gonna be fine once we get over some land. Wait a minute, am I already seeing? Oh, that's like 640 ahead. We are seeing some VORs and such pop up on those missions. Those airports look like. Oh man, I didn't know that it did that. SFO is 800 miles ahead of us. There's just some information there. Alright, yeah, we're going to speed this bird up. We'll lose an extra 3,000 pounds. Oh, we actually did gain some fuel here. We're at 4.5. I don't know if we gained it because of climbing up, but we're going to burn it right back off. Let's go Mach 8.1. I mean Mach 8.6. Yeah, it drops to 3.8 looks like. Let's see if that puts us close to the line. Oh, we can go further. Let's go 0.87. Still have a little bit of a line to get to. Let's go 0.87. 13.6, still not bad. We're rolling 13.8. 8.87. Now outrun any airplanes that's out here right now. We're running it. Let's go. Back in that 500 mark. We got to get past this expected time of route. We're only 4 minutes ahead of schedule right now, so we'll pick it up here. See if we can make it in at midnight. Oh hell no, we're not making it in at midnight Mountain Standard Time. Let's see if we can burn up that 16 minutes there. I doubt it. Additional statements. Hopefully it doesn't wreck my soul. Oh man, I haven't even heard of that one. Because it is very complicated how to explain the sound pack. It's something kind of you have to. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it took me a while to kind of really get used to it as well, and I had to go back and read his manual to really understand how he was saying to do it. But once I caught on to it, it was like nothing. All right, we gained 3 extra minutes. So it looks like it'll be midnight 13 we land in Phoenix instead of midnight 16. Of course, unless we encounter some turbulence here, we're gonna ride this Mach 8.7 here for a while until we get over some land. Yeah, we won't be hitting any, shouldn't be hitting any turbulence here, which should, again, will make for a good flight if we don't have to turn the seatbelt sign on for these folks. Well, it looks like most of that convective weather is moved more southwest of the arrival, southeast. So we, hold on, let me see. It says still a convective outlook. 60 west. Occasional storms, looks like. Not occasional, right? CS 7 north, SJ 60 west. Those are airports. Let's see. I think we should be fine. See which way the winds are going. They're still, yeah, still west half is still showing. Yeah, these are all by 7 a.m. tomorrow, Central Time. Yeah, it'll be switched to the east. But I think we will be fine. We'll be planning still to land 25 left. Well, you're done. Now the uphill battle. Folding the clothes and putting them away, huh? Or are you talking about studying? Cause dude, my laundry is staying in the laundry basket ever. Like I got clothes in the laundry basket right now that's been in like 2 weeks. That's clean. They're clean. I just haven't put them up. Yeah, it's weird that they got this map light and it doesn't, to my knowledge, I don't see what it's turning on and turning off. It doesn't do anything. Yeah, this one that brightens up the keyboard, but that doesn't work. It's got some useless light switches. That's actually turning anything up. Thought it would have been turning on the light on the floor. Oh, it's the light on the back of the seat, so I can check my hair, I guess. You can see a light bulb back there. Sorry, hopefully y'all didn't get dizzy. I want to make sure that's not the this map light thing. Oh, that's it. Oh, you know what? I think it turns on the, oh, it still doesn't work even with that. I was thinking it lights up the checklist on the yoke, but it doesn't. Just drop the yoke. Yeah, and I already know what all of that does. And that's heat. Alright, we're cruising along. Some crappy winds, man. It sucks not getting. I need some of the winter winds, man. I need some of that 100-knot tailwind stuff kicking in right now. Okay, yeah, only lunch tonight. Got you. Alright, we're 2.5 hours out. Jeez, it's already 11:44 here. Doesn't feel like it, but it definitely is. We're still out over the ocean. I'm pretty certain we're not going to need our alternate today, but I still wanted to have it ready to go. Still, there's only one airplane out here with the United Airlines 737-800. Oh, he's going the opposite direction. He's going from LAX to Honolulu Airport. Got another American Airlines too, just left Los Angeles, headed to Honolulu as well. Got some steady winds there. 12,000. Yeah, it's clear as a bell in Phoenix, but it's hot as hell. Look at that, 44 Celsius, 09 on the dew point, which again, like I said, is might as well be non-existent. I had to text the wife. Yeah, so far we're looking good. I think this would be as uneventful as it was on our last flight flying into fly back to, I think it was Dallas, Honolulu. We're flying from somewhere out there. We're flying back from somewhere, and it was, yeah, I think it was the Honolulu to Dallas flight. It was very uneventful, so hopefully this one will do the same. Tops line 1497, which is what we have in the fixed page. Still at 700 miles from MRY. I did not notice it did that. You know what? I think it I didn't notice it because way out here I just turned airports off. Actually, that doesn't matter. It's still, yeah, it still displays it. I did not know that was a thing. Moon's out bright, shining down here. Where are you? We're getting a slight reflection here on the dash from somewhere. Got the Milky Way out there. I will say this. I was watching 777 guy fly yesterday or last night. No, maybe he was flying early this morning. And he was flying a 777 in V6. It looks like he's got 777 working V6. But the Milky Way looked terrible. I don't know if that's how it comes in V6 or not. I may have to check with Adam on that. But the Milky Way looked like it was a stain on his glass. It was that bright, and it just looked strange. It didn't look realistic. It looked very odd. Because that's what I originally thought, that it was just a stain on his windshield. Because it was massive. It was like taking up half the windshield. Like he was flying in outer space, but it just looked way overdone. It didn't look right. It didn't look well. Oh, I was just saying, Coach, that I was watching 777 guy. He's I believe a real world 777 pilot, and he was flying a 777 in V6 yesterday, I think it was, and the Milky Way, which I don't know if you guys can see it here on the stream, was like right here in front of me, very small, but it looked massive in his stream, and it was so massive it looked like it was staining the windshield, like the front windshield of the airplane. That's how close and massive and bright it was. Because that's what I thought it was at first. I was like, what is that huge stain on the windshield? And I realized it was the Milky Way. It just, I don't know. To me it looks strange. I've never seen it that look like that. So it was odd to see. Oh, maybe it was him. Maybe it was him. That could have been who it was. Because I did follow him after you said that. I did follow him after you told me about him. I've never heard him talk in his stream, though. Does he actually have a mic? Does he actually talk on there? Very odd to see that. I'm willing to bet it had to have been him, because I think he streamed yesterday too. He talks on Bassin, but I don't think he talks in stream. Oh, okay, gotcha. I don't know why I thought it was a 777 guy. Maybe it's both of them. But I think I did tune in to one of their channels. I think it was this morning before I left from work. I think one of them was flying. And that's where I heard that. I mean, that's where I saw it, and I thought it was very strange looking. It didn't look that realistic to me. Oh, gotcha. He's probably AFK most of the time. I swear, man, if I fell asleep right now, I would absolutely get a message from the supervisor on Batson checking to see if I'm here. I've now done almost coming up on about 22 hours, maybe more, of flying across the Pacific, and I haven't got one message from a supervisor on the network. And I swear, whenever I used to do these flights, I used to get a message from them all the time after about 2 or 3 hours in flight. And none of these past flights I've done, I've gotten a message from them checking to see if I was at my PC. It's crazy. I don't know what it is. I have yet to get it. But I swear, if I fell asleep right now, I'd get a message from the supervisor. Like, hey, you okay? How are you? That's because my file called Lihue. Who did that? See, you couldn't get me FNL because I was looking right at the, I was reading the chat when you did it. So I could hear it come from that screen. Thank you again, sir. Yo, Scooter is my name. Good to meet you, man. So you flying from Chicago to JFK right now. Jet 240. Jet 240 fly on this side of the globe? But welcome. Is that JetBlue? Is that JetBlue's call sign? But yeah, good to see you, man. Welcome in. Yeah, we're just crossing back on crossing the Pacific again, coming back to the mainlands. How's your flight going? Hopefully it's going well for you. Yeah, FNL, if I wasn't looking at the screen, but also it would have been too coincidental that as I was saying that to get a message, and typically when I get a message from a suit, it doesn't come across with that sound. You know, they send you a text and it just makes like a weird sound. It's like a single beep sound or something where you almost don't hear. Unless they've updated it. That may be how long it's been since I've gotten a text from him. Reaching out, saying something. Trying to see what a moon is. Man, the 777 looks good. Right above us. Where are you? There you go. Peeping in my window. I have some traffic that just passed beneath us. Alright, we're at final cruise state of 410. Tracking on. We got 42,000 pounds of fuel remaining. Fuel temps at -7. I think it says somewhere on here maximum fuel. Oh, you know what I also noticed on the status for this model? It doesn't give the oh, and you know what? I was gonna say it doesn't give the digital time and date, but it also doesn't have it here because we got the analog clock. So it makes sense that it's not there. But yeah, on the I think on the 300 ER, it has a digital time on it because it has a timer down here at the bottom, and I think it gives fuel temps and things like that down there. I have to go in here to see what fuel temps are. Minimum fuel temp -37 Celsius. Fuel temp is -7. I think we're making a little better time. We got gained like 9 knots, 9 minutes. Gained 9 minutes by increasing the speed up to 0.87. taking off. Did he take off yet? Oh, I see him. I see him there. He's just on the other side. Just at Cleveland. A2, A320. Chicago to JFK. 15,000 feet. Speed 463. I hope that altitude is correct. Did you just starting out on VATSIM? Scooter, if you're still in here. I see you doing a A320 15,000 VFR. If you are on a VFR flight plan, if one of the oh, okay, you just started. Okay, you've been on about a week. Nice. Yeah, I was just giving you some advice that if a controller comes online, they're not online right now, which you probably, I assume, know. They'd probably tell you to go to a odd altitude, or 15,000. You're already going to east, so that's right. So they tell you to go 15.5 is what they will tell you to follow it since you're VFR. But heck, they're not online right now, so you're fine. Looks like you're doing direct to JFK. Cool, man. Hey, welcome to VATSIM, man. It's fun. I've been on VATSIM since like 2011, and have done every flight I've done has been on VATSIM, unless it's like just me flying around trying to test out an airplane or something. Every flight from one place to another has always been on VATSIM. Pilot, I have my PPL. Oh, nice. Oh, dude, you already know the rules. I don't have to explain that to you. But welcome to the virtual ATC life. Nice, man. How long you had your PPL? I see you're based in San Diego. Do you ever get on, okay, you've had it about a year. You plan on getting your instrument or just PPL? You get a lot of scenic views flying around California. You get the good views, man. Okay, you're working on the airline. Oh yeah, you're getting there. You're getting there. Are you gonna go the CFI route to build time, or are you just gonna, are you doing like a part 141 school? You just kind of knock it out and get through it. Okay, you're part 141. Gotcha. Oh, 141 seat. I'm trying to get CFI on the side. More hours. Yeah. Oh, I understand. At least you'll be on the side where you're getting paid to get those out, to build those hours at that point. I started off doing CFI training, and then I just decided I'm not going to do it. I passed both written exams, and then just said, no, I'm good. Life had other decisions. So, yeah, I just decided, you know what, I'm good where I'm at for right now. I already have my instrument and commercial, so if, you know, I could always take some jobs doing some 135 stuff and still some part 91 stuff. Get paid doing that, you know, if ever I decided to do it. I've had my commercial now for, geez, it can't be 4 years already. 3 or 4 years already. I've had my commercial. Yeah, I definitely stick with it. I did fly into I flew to the FS Expo. I don't know if you know anything about that, but I did fly to that. That was pretty fun. Got me some IFR time flying out there. But I got about, I think I'm sitting at 325 hours of flight time now. All my time was like very accounting for time. Or purposed time, should I say, I guess. But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know that I'll actually do CFI stuff, because I have a buddy that, like, dude, like, smoked through his PPL, through his instrument, commercial, multi-engine, and like right after he did his multi-engine, he was already flying turbines. And I have another buddy that was doing that did the same thing, but was already flying right seat in the citation within like I think like the same year he did his multi-engine. So I was like, you know what, I just might skip CFI, because I don't know that I'm in the mood to have people trying to kill me in an airplane. I don't know that I'll ever be in the mood to do that. So for me, I just like, yeah, I think I'll hold off on CFI right now. But yeah, man, more power to you, man. Hopefully it works out, man. You can start building them hours and get that going. But yeah, yeah, man. Hopefully that all works out for you, man. You get that road going, man. Knocking them hours out, and you're probably in one of the prime places too, as well, of California. You always got, just about always have good weather, so you should really have any weather delays, minus some fog or whatnot. But you should be able to knock those hours out pretty quick. Feeling weird in here. Could be because you're coming up on the lands and it's probably loading all of that signal stuff. It's probably what it is. All right, our folks in the back are still doing good. Let's see, it's nighttime now. Let's see if anybody's sleeping. It's nighttime. We have 0 people sleeping. Everybody's up. Everybody's awake. Everybody's in their seatbelts. I have to double check, make sure I didn't have a seatbelt sign when I don't. 49 folks using the Wi-Fi. I probably should have put the movie option on instead of Wi-Fi. But that's another plus that he's going to be doing for the for 1.6. It'll have both options. You can do movie and Wi-Fi. Unfortunately, right now when you're setting up the flight and self-loaded cargo, you have to choose one or the other before you actually start the flight portion of self-loaded cargo. Everybody's got to go to the bathroom. Nobody needs to go to the bathroom. Just got a few people that will be. Again, no drunk people. We have no drunk people on board. See, now that's going to be cool too when he add that back at some point. I was talking about reports that if he does add that back, I'm pretty sure the more alcohol somebody has, the more they're going to become unruly. And we'll be getting a message from the crew saying that there's some problems in the back with some passengers. I'm pretty certain of it. We got some folks getting hungry. Oh, this person's absolutely hungry, looks like. Oh, they're dying of hunger. He's not complaining about it so far, though. He's saying, oh, he just said it. He likes some fruit. We can probably, yeah, we're about the 2 hour mark. We'll give them one last food run, and they should be golden. At that point, yeah, he's hungry. This person's extra hungry. This person may start fighting. Well, he's relaxed. He does want some food. Got another person back here. Saying the same thing, pretty much. We got about 3 folks that's extremely hungry, looks like. And like I said, we're pretty much right at the 2 hour mark of 2 hours out from landing. So we'll get these folks something else to eat. Let's run it. Start feeding these hungry folks. And there he goes. About time they serve food. Let's see when his hunger goes down. Where's his hunger? Oh, there it goes. Should go down once they reach his area. Where is he? He's way back here, but our crew is going to the back right now. There he goes, going to the galley, preparing food, and then they'll walk back up this way to start getting him going. Like this ought to get everybody in their seat to start eating one more time. Yeah, we got this person monitoring. Start getting in. I think it starts to turn like blue or something when they start feeding people. They're getting the food ready. It's the kitchen. Yeah, they'll start walking up the aisles. Oh, it turns purple. Let's see if I take the filter off. Yeah, that's right. It turns purple when they start feeding. If he ain't sitting in his seat when it's time to eat, he finna be hungry. He's just gonna be a hungry camper. I think we're about 3/4 the way home. We're still about 1,000 miles out, right at the 2 hour mark. All right, their feet there. All right, they're coming up on his road here. There's our 2 attendants right there on the road. Now move to the next one. We got him catching up. Everybody's in their seat. Everybody's wanting to eat. Everybody's gonna run to the toilet. Alright, now the flight's excellent. Let's see if we can get these folks up to 100% and stay that way. Because again, we shouldn't have any turbulent issues. We should be able to get these folks here without a problem. Did they get this row yet? Oh no, they're still right there. Feeding this row. Alright, their row's done. It looks like they're moving to the next row. Oh no, we still got these 3 people to feed. Still sitting at 99. Alright, they got that row completed, and it should be, He's already moved there. This person should move up as well and get our guy so he won't be hungry. Alright, he's at his road now. Let's see. He's still at 77%. Loving the engine noise. Oh yeah, he's eating now. Anybody saying the food's off? Pretty sure somebody's gonna be saying the food's off. Eating. I got 16 people eating right now. Must eat pretty fast. Alright, these folks should be good for the remainder of the flight. We ought to be in some food comas by the time we get here. Getting seated, serving food, no medical issues, no, that's on the ground, so it's not gonna matter. Alright, we're gonna do one more alcohol run, see if anybody's gonna want to get drunk before we land. Food's almost done. They used to show a percentage on here, and then they changed that, took that off. Oh yeah, there it goes, I just got a hover over. It's at 72%. Let's see, it says served to 193 of 265. No one should complain about being hungry, that's for sure. No, you can't be hungry, you just ate. Oh, he says I'm not hungry 3 minutes ago. It's like, nah, I'm good, I'm not hungry. Alright. Say so. Alright, so that's those folks. Far off from the coast right now. Let's see. Yeah, we're starting to see VORs come in like FNL told us. So I see those VORs popping up all over the place. You got some land coming in. That looks good. Right at our marker too for 49 to go. Oh, actually we've already crossed it. We've already hit the mark. 447. Already 100 miles past it. But yeah, we're now parting that E-tops. We have make it there, make it to the mainland. So we had half the flight on the daytime and a little over 4 hours in. We'll have the last 3 hours at night. Our system's doing good. Really, the only thing we can be doing right now really is just checking our times on waypoints and if they're adding up correctly. The times that we're reaching. Fuel burns to match the release, see if there are any major discrepancies. 13.4 is when we should get Phoenix. Pretty much have everything. So probably about close to an hour out we'll start briefing the arrival and the approach. look at the EFB and see what we have at this point. If it's not bright, yeah, I was gonna say I should have it in night mode. It shouldn't blind you guys. Performance. All right, we're at 425 when we last ran this. See how much we've burned since. We're well below it. Takeoff rate. All right, 425 was the last. Burned already 24 more thousand pounds of fuel. So far, still looking good. Right at center CG there. Alright, let's complete that. Let's check it out again. Alright, we see the temps in there. Let's do this. Do this thing. Get elsewhere. Check this. Oh, that's the time. I was going to say, why in the world are the winds at 45 knots? Forgot that's the time, 4:51 Zulu time. That was an hour, just, that was about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. 260 and 8. That's not much of a difference. We're going to make a difference on that. 10 station miles, 12,000, 25, 43, and 10. Hey, it's gone down 1 degree in Phoenix since 9 p.m. It's gone down 1 degree, so it's about 110 at night in Phoenix. You gotta put C, otherwise it'll switch that to Fahrenheit automatically. Oh, 2 degrees, 109 Fahrenheit. Yeah, go, it's 1 degree difference. Now we're cooking with butter. Let's see, what is it still? Is it still 29 or 80? Alright, all out, we'll do flap 30. Start back. 10 knots. Add that to 10. Actually, we'll just do, because it's 8, so we'll just put 8. Yeah, I had a feeling we were going to get that to come back. It's off by 200. Maybe we use it. Nah, we're not going to be. It's probably should still be brakes 3. I don't think auto brakes 2 will be working good. Yeah, that's only 200 for the difference. It's not leaving us much room. They still be using brakes 3 with flaps 30. That's 4 flaps. Now I don't know. We're just on brakes 3. And it gave us like a. Oh yeah, that's still about the same. It's about a 1,200 foot difference. No, it's not. It's 900 foot difference. I don't think we had to use brakes 4, did we? We may be doing auto brakes forward. We're an hour and 48 minutes out. I don't think it's going to change much. Right? It's like, woo, I can feel the heat has calmed down just slightly. They're like, it feels like 109. That's crazy, man. 109 Fahrenheit at, what, 11 o'clock at night? Mountain time. I think the elevation is what, 1,100 feet in Arizona? It should not be that high at an elevation that high. I guess in the grand scheme of things, where they are, that's not actually all that high. Let's go terminal charts. Let's go Phoenix, head eclipse. Hope this crap ain't too bright for you guys. Let's see, airport, parking bids. Most of it's not even actually going to line up right because Phoenix has been, I think the alpha terminals have been updated at Phoenix. We're not updated. Next routes. Takeoff and then parking. Oh, I need parking gates, not coordinates. Alright, arrival. We're doing the Hydro 1. Alright, we'll just go ahead and get the approach to let's 25 left. Let's 25 left. Don't really need this, but why not? Oh, that's back to that. Okay. Nope, wrong place. Reef is cold in here now. PC temps are down to like 48 now. That's the lowest I've seen it. I'm using 34 watts. Not bad, not bad. Oh man, I'm using almost nothing on power right now. That's nice right there. Crank that joker back up though when we get ready for the approach. All the power. Back to the future power. We're gonna be using that. Oh crap! Hold on. No, that's not right. What did Doc say? He needed like 44 gigawatts or something like that. It's like, where am I gonna find 44 gigawatts? Alright, let's see. Yeah, we don't really get the Bravo airspace. We know about Bravo airspace. Let's see. Airport. So yeah, we'll be landing 25 left. We're gonna stick with that. That's what we're planning on landing. We're gonna do 25 left. Then we'll cross, likely at the end is when we're gonna cross it. And come back. And we'll be parking, I believe right here. Come on, chart. I think this is where we're parking. It's either there or there, one or two. You see. I may end up calling the follow me card out. I always forget where we are parking at over here. I'm trying to. Oh, you know what? I think it's here. I think it's this corner right here. That says Delta 17. But I know it because of that little the bridge and whatnot that's right there. So it's not going to be at Charlie. It's going to be right here on that corner. Either on that corner or right here, one or two. Oh, we got 100% satisfaction. Start seeing some lights on the ground up ahead. Ooh, LA Center's online. 35. We actually get to hear another human voice besides us two in the cockpit. Let's tune in. So hold on. 35. 55. Like Castaway or something. I think there's some human. voice. Put the radars on. See how far off the coast we are from them. Yeah, I don't know why in the world did I say it was going to be one. We landed, we're not even close. We're still, well, we're under 2 hours out. Yeah, it's going to be closer to 2 a.m. Why do you give a mountain time? It's going to be more like 2 a.m. That's what it's going to be.
Alright, I'll descend to the, Iron Man to arrival 299 for the altimeter for United Airport.
There we have it. Another human's voice. Yo, we haven't heard a human voice on the radio all day. It's for 3.5 hours. 3 hours, 45 minutes. Nothing on the radio. Alright, Quartz? Literally just hearing my own voice for the past 3 hours and 42 minutes. Technically 4 hours and 30 minutes stream time. We had no ATC in Hawaii. I swear, man, it is a wild. It's wild, even in the airplane that you know is gonna make it to the destination. But just flying over the Pacific or the Atlantic, man, it's just, it seriously is just a sight to see when you finally start seeing land again. I can only imagine what pirates, the people on the old ships felt like trying to cross these freaking oceans, man. And we're crossing the ocean in like in hours, where it took them months to cross the freaking ocean. Probably make you almost want to just eat the dirt when you finally get on land. Like, we taste this. Haven't seen this in ages. Yeah, we'll be coming into LA Center here shortly. It looks like LA Center, LA Towers. Yeah, it's always a good, a nice voice to hear. We hear it. Last time we flew back in to Dallas Fort Worth, picked up LA Center. We'll basically be on with LA Center probably up until the top of descent is probably what we'll be on with them until then, before they hand us off. We'll probably be descending before top of descent, because they cut in pretty close to Phoenix before it goes over to Albuquerque. So I think we may be halfway into the descent before we get handed back off the Yukon. Alright, I'm gonna have to set a timer again. I gotta go check on the dogs, make sure they're good. In the meantime, you guys can see again the world clock. It's already 7:30 p.m. in Honolulu, 10:30 LA, 11:35 p.m. Denver time, local time, my time, 12:35, 1:35 a.m. in New York, 7:35 in Stuttgart, Germany tomorrow already. 8:35 a.m. Moscow, Russia. 9:35 Dubai. 1:35 p.m. already in Shanghai, China. 3:35 Melbourne, Australia. All right, let's set like a It's not gonna take me 15 minutes. I'm gonna just play the 15-minute mark. It's not gonna take me 15 minutes. I'm just gonna go check, make sure somebody didn't rob me blind while I've been in here this whole time. Make sure the dog's still alive. All right, be back 1 minute, guys. A couple minutes, maybe at worst. And I'll leave you with the sounds of LA Center if anybody else starts talking again. We still have a little ways to go before we cross into this airspace.
At 1712 radar service terminated for exchange first.
Unicom 122.8, thanks for staying up late. We'll see you at 1712.
Sure. This is light work for you tonight. Light work, no reaction. LA Center, good evening, 96, 1 Miami, climb, ESC, top 1. There are 621, LA Center, climb and 10 level 330. Climb 18, level 330, Comar 216, roger, stay in tension. Are you direct 11 or West 6 A direct? Are you on a heading?
LA Center is with flight 1952, climbing via the departure for 9,500.
So flight 1952, LA Center, climb at 10 level 300.
Level 300, with flight 1952.
Lieutenant, it's send me the rounders to arrival, runway 26 left transition, Las Vegas, altimeter 291. Send by the Reindeers 1 arrival, and 26 left transition, 291, get moving.
Hour and 30 minutes away from getting off this airplane. Everything seems to be going smooth for us. We can almost do 0.88. Got some more room there. I swear, man, when I do these long hauls, it's kind of strange how it's been. Winds are almost non-existent, but let me get the 737 or something. I get 90 knots ahead of me.
LAS, that needs to be copied. Fair, I'm calling LA Center, A-Firm, I do copy. Break. Skymark 216, state indicated airspace. Indicated airspace, speed about 290 knots. Skymark 216, roger, reduce speed to 270. Copy, 270. American 26, 90 quarter, Sally. Sally. Yeah, 202 is radar contact 50 northwest at BDDOR, safe flight level. Yeah, 914, final safe flight level 350.
Coming into elation soon enough. Alright, yeah. That checks off. Still the same. A lot of times.
202 radar contact safe flight. Yeah, 202 is radar contact safe flight level.
We still have like 7 minutes difference in time. Like time 352 so far.
202 descend via the cocktail for arrival runway 26 left transition to Las Vegas, altimeter 291.
Man, that's almost right on the money. Estimated time 5 hours and 36
cleared
minutes.
ILS runway 26 left approach.
We still have hour and 29 minutes left.
202 descend via the cocktail for arrival runway 26 left transition to Las Vegas, altimeter 291. Yeah, 202 just verify runway 26 left transition. United 202, United 202, you should be able to select the runway 26 left transition. Try it setting runway 26 left as your arrival runway and it should work.
Top of the page here. at some point.
At 604, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
Going to approach on 128.05 for United 604.
Tango Charlie 2, LA Center, squawk 4676. Are you VFR or IFR, sir? Tango Charlie 2, roger. Next time, just make sure you squawk 1200. That's the VFR code in the U.S. I know you're VFR and it'll accidentally send a contact me to you. Tango Charlie 2 is radar contact 0 north of the LOCOR, say altitude.
Cabin's nice and cool.
Tango Charlie 2, roger. The Santa Barbara altimeter is 291. American 138, LA Center, roger. American 138, climate change level 373. Yeah, what's your altitude, sir?
238 hours.
What altitude is
service.
Just maintain VFR or altitude at your discretion.
Our descent information is going to be.
Yeah, this is
283, riding down 835.
Turn 741 LA Center.
Let's go 280 at 25,000.
Mark 216, do not exceed 280 knots, now a little bit faster.
It's kind of pick up between 310 and 2. It's for our descent stuff.
Yeah, 202, roger. There's no pen transition. I believe it just terminates on the downwind for the 19er left transition, but you want runway 19er left, correct? Yeah, 202, roger. And 202, change to runway 19er left transition. And 202, don't change your block code, please. Block 32. Okay, 2690, maintain level 280, that's 30 to final. American 2690, but altitude maintain level 260. And 914 radar services terminate for good change group maintenance. 2366, runway 26 west, clear to land.
Runway 26 left, United 2366.
Just waiting for the navigate air go. Navigation to pop back.
American 2690, descend via the Angel 4 arrival, the Ontario altimeter 296.
Alright, so once we reach audio, that's going to put us just about in his airspace. It's going to put us in his airspace. Oh, forgot to stop that. This
Air altimeter 2996.
I thought I stopped it.
2996 coming down, the Angel 4 arrival, for
Skymark 216, descend via the Angel 4 arrival, the Ontario altimeter 2996, resume normal speed.
We may be able to cut some of this in half. Maybe to see if we can get a shortcut here once we get in his airspace. Skip mode. What's that blue? Oh, MQO. We might be able to skip that, this waypoint here, and get it direct to Bowley or something.
Mexico 698, radar service terminate for any change, please.
That'll cut us some
See you,
time.
Mexico 698, thanks for the service.
That should definitely cut us some time. Yeah, this view is there we go. Or bring this view back up later. Can't really do us any good right now. Sorry about that. Hope that wasn't too loud for you guys.
Inter 621, roger, thanks for flying, please.
Closest to the Hawthorne VOR looks like.
Stock 531 at LA Center, hello, climb and maintain level 350.
Santa Maria VOR. Probably should already be
Center Swift Flight 1952, looking for lower, whatever.
Swift Flight 1952, this one to maintain 14000.
14000, Swift Flight 1952.
Alright, let's call him up. Let me make sure my mic's working. Haven't gotten to check that at all. Audio check, check, check. Looks good. Hello, LA Center American 697 Heavy. We're about 180 miles west of the Santa Maria VOR. Flight level 410.
American 697 LA Center, squawk 2714, good evening, sir.
And 2714 for American 697 Heavy.
RT 5900 Juliet X-ray LA Center, good evening, climb and maintain level 290. JetBlue 1080, runway 26 left, clear to land. I'm sorry, JetBlue at 1080, disregard. Cleared ILS, runway 26 left approach.
Cleared ILS 26 left approach, JetBlue 1080.
Dallas 4951, Los Angeles Center.
Alright, we just crossed the 4-hour mark.
American 2690, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
You know what? I'm gonna ask if we got a shortcut. See, I think he hadn't said radar contact yet, though.
Yeah, 2366 off on Alpha 8.
Whoa.
At 2366, cross runway 26 right at Alpha 8, taxi via Bravo to the ramp.
Cross runway 26 right on Alpha 8 and Bravo to the ramp. United 266.
We're getting there. LA Center, American 697 Heavy.
American 697, LA Center.
You wouldn't happen to have any spare shortcuts for us, do you?
Stand by. So flight 1960 cross 4-5 miles southeast of Fresno Airport, and maintain 14000, and the Bakersfield altimeter is 29902.
I think he may give us direct Bowley, maybe. We'll see.
4 miles of the Fresno Airport at 14,000, so flight 1950.
So flight 1960, radar services terminate. We're going to change crew. Safe flight. See you.
Thanks, good night.
Still 105 in Phoenix. What's up, Bill?
American 697, Kodak Boyle.
There we go. And clear direct Boyle. Thanks for the help there, American 697 Heavy. That will cut us some slack there. Let's go direct to Boyle. Skip that little leg there. Go direct. We'll be out pretty quick. There we go. We gain some more fuel there. Let's go execute.
Dallas 1951, LA Center.
Yeah, good morning, Bill.
Los Angeles Center, November 425, Golf Juliet, flight level 350.
Kind of saved us about
0633.
12 minutes.
Squawk 0633, Station 5, Golf Juliet.
We'll take it though.
Aircraft 10 miles northwest of the Lake Keys, VOR beacon code
take that
5575. This is LA Center. If you're on this frequency, ident. Air 425 Golf Juliet, radar contact 25 miles northwest of the Avenal, VOR, safe flight level.
Flight level 350, Station 5, Golf Juliet.
Now, active sky may not like that too much. But let me remove active sky. Let me remove that waypoint.
Good evening, Los Angeles Center. That's 1123 with you, flight level 320.
Got Audi to Boyle.
1123, LA Center, squawk 6037.
6037 for Delta 1123.
Alright, yeah, that lines up better. Alright, we got active sky good, so we keep that weather up to date.
Uh, 2951, LA Center.
Somebody sleep, maybe. It's already 2 a.m. your time, dude. 1 a.m. my time. We're almost there. Let's see what we let's see. Hey, Quartz, did that the Ben's Hanger dude, did he happen to say anything about why the Milky Way looked the way it did in V6? We got these folks feeling good in the back, so that's good. They're still at 100%. There's no way these people are still awake, man. These folks gotta go to sleep. We only got one person sleeping. Where said one person?
Skymark 216, Connex SOCAL approach 128.05.
Ah, it's an 8-year-old. The only person that's got some sense on the 5-hour flight to go to sleep. She probably threw a fit to sleep. At least she got it. Oh, she's not into her seatbelt. She's the only one on the plane not in her
Descend via
seatbelt.
the Ironman 2 arrival, the Ontario the Camarillo altimeter is 291, more than 1 hour old.
She's in business class.
Descend via the Ironman 2 arrival, Station 5, Golf Juliet.
The 1123 is radar contact about 30 southeast of Parker VOR, safe flight level.
I don't keep mentioning anything about it.
LA 7 does 23, 503,
yeah.
20.
Yeah. Gotcha.
So 1123 descend via the CV2 arrival, the Ontario altimeter is 2996, more than 1 hour old.
2996, more than an hour old. And we'll descend on the CV2 arrival, Tesla 1.
Del 1405, Connex SoCal approach 128.05.
2805, have a good one.
Yeah, did you get the... Did you watch any of those videos that he put out, Bill?
Tango Charlie 2, Connex SoCal approach 128.05.
Are you just talking about what's available right now? Oh, okay. Oh, you're talking about for what it does now. Gotcha.
United 202 requesting current main
515.
hours for Las Vegas, please.
Yeah, 202, most current meter 26 of the month 0556, wind 2004,
Gotcha.
visibility 10, peak cloud 16,000, scatter 2, flight level 250, temperature is 382.05, altimeter is 291.
2901, United 202, thank you, sir.
JetBlue 1080, runway 26 left, clear to land.
Clear to land, 26 left, JetBlue 1080.
LA Center, good evening, Frontier Flight.
Oh, said somebody's drunk, sleeping. Said pooping. Right.
Interior flight 2782, LA Center, radar contact.
Alright, so we're still off the coast right now. We haven't even made it to land yet. But I can see it in the distance. I can see the
531,
lights.
Mazat launch center offline, radar
distance.
service terminate for change, group connect, sir.
We are in his airspace. Though. Oh, gotcha. Good.
Los Angeles Center, Qatar 8106 Heavy. Good evening. Climbing to maintain altitude 13,000.
Qatar 8106, LA Center, climb and tape on level 310, good evening.
Climbing hotel 310, Qatar 8106.
Probably about 40 minutes out, we'll do all our, get everything ready to go for our V-speeds and briefing, and get ready to land. Oh, let me see if we're picking up any abbreviated briefing now since we're close enough.
abbreviated briefing for your current position to Papa Hotel Lima India 2 Kilo Papa Hotel X-Ray. Airmet Sierra is valid for IFR and mountain obscuration. Valid until 0900 Zulu for your route of flight. No SIGMETs active for your route of flight. Current weather conditions. Kilo Victor Bravo Golf wind 358 at 4 visibility 9er sky conditions. Ceiling 400 overcast. Temperature 14 dew point 13 altimeter 29er 8 for the destination at your estimated arrival time. Wind 251 at 8 visibility 10 sky conditions. Few clouds at 12,000 temperature 43 dew point 10 altimeter 29er 80 for your alternate at your estimated arrival time. Wind 151 at 7 visibility 10 sky clear temperature 32 dew point 21 altimeter 3001 winds aloft for the en route area at 3,900
over at
that station.
Turn 741, push on the ramp at your discretion, call for taxi.
We'll call for taxi, 41.
Let's see what it said there. It tells you if they're doing number 1 and number 2. Yeah, good thing it don't say that in SLC. I do not want to know what they're doing in there. Not want to know that. Doing the SLC update, impatient pastor causes fuss on plane that's in the smoke. Cigarette to C48. Yo, that would be. I'd probably if as long as we're not crossing oceans,
please change the
we'd probably divert.
Level 310 to
We'd probably get on the ground. Like I said, the first line of defense is always going to be to tell the crew to handle it.
350, thanks, Qatar 81068.
If somebody comes back to the flight deck holding their eye, then we'd have to make some different
good evening,
decisions.
friendly 354, just north of Porterville on the Victor 165, Cessna 208 flank Golf, flight following to San Diego.
Sir, Taco Bell.
Friendly 354, LA Center, squawk
There was some,
7373, so you were type
there's some airline today
to,
I saw on the
San Diego.
post was serving KFC on that flight. I think it was.
Squawk 7373.
I don't know who it was. It was some. It wasn't a U.S. carrier. It was some other carrier. They were serving KFC on the airplane.
Friendly 354.
It could have been a joke. It could have been a joke post too. It was still funny.
Friendly 354, radar contact 10 miles northwest of the Tool VOR. Stay altitude, maintain VFR. The Bakersfield altimeter is 202.
Altitude 7,500 will maintain VFR, friendly 354.
Oh, there is a light up here that turns on. What the heck controls that light?
Station 5 Golf Juliet, just step away for 5 minutes.
I swear I looked up there and didn't see that light right there. I thought it was the map light. It must be that other light. Let me get back up here.
LA Center, blue 1080, hold runway 26 right.
That light's not doing anything.
Chaplet 1080, cross 26 right, Alpha 6, taxi via Bravo to the ramp.
Light.
Cross 26 right at Alpha 6, Bravo to the ramp. JetBlue 1080, you have a good night. Good night.
Oh, it was the map light. That was that light. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna try to do the. We are gonna do the second camera. I'm debating on if I want to do the flyby camera for landing or if I want to do the tower camera for landing on the second view. We'll see. See how it goes. Because if the top pick us up good, then we'll just do the tower cam. You'll see us come in and land. That's a more steady camera anyway. That's what we'll probably.
202 LA Center.
9202 LA Center.
No, not yet. I don't even know if
202,
I gave
not
him
a big
drinks
deal
again.
this time. Just to know, there's a vector
See, nobody's
segment
drunk.
prior to you going direct to Penn.
I'd have to just keep hitting the. I feel like I have done it before, and I just kept hitting the drink button, and people did get
no
drunk.
big deal tonight. Cleared RNAV Zulu, runway 19 right approach, and runway 19 right is clear to land.
But like I said, I think no matter what I do, there's not going to be any incidents because he has that turned off. So it wouldn't, nothing would happen. They'd probably just be sick or something. I think that would fall underneath the health bar here. And I think I did have somebody have like a heart attack or something on one of the flights early in the earlier version. And the worst part, I will say, the thing that upset me the most about SLC is his stuff runs directly through the internet as well, to an extent. So I tried when I upgraded to 1.4, and I noticed it wasn't working. And then when I messaged him and asked him about it, he said he didn't have it on. I was like, well, heck, I'm gonna go back to 1.3 then. At least it worked in that, and it would not reactivate 1.3. And so I messaged him again, and he said, yeah, that he turned the server off for that version. I was like, dude, this kind of pisses me off because I paid for this program, and now I don't have access to the versions I want to use.
Okay, Roger, no, 9 X-ray, no problem.
And the reason I think it connects to a server, which, I mean, at the end of the day, I don't care if you did or not, it's because it logs your flights. So, let's see. So I can bring up my flight log here.
Left transition, that's something.
That's what I thought.
That's going to update. It just takes a while to pull that in. So, these are all of my flights that's logged on this website. So, everything kind of still goes to a server.
Can you one enter right short taxi for prefer?
Oh, if it's actually scrolling in or not. I think I can. I guess that's
741.
But yeah, all of that still logs to a server through the internet connection. But I was upset because I was like, yo, I paid for this. I'd like to use it the way I want to use it. But nada. Unable. Yeah, that's what I'm using too, ports is 1.55 version. But the last time the medical issues, the people fighting in the back or getting in a scuffle with the crew, ground op issues where something went wrong on the ground, all of that stopped after 1.3.
Delta, hold short of runway 19 left at the
when he
approach.
came out with 1.4, none of those things work anymore.
At the end, 19 left, square wing 1041.
So it kind of bugged me because I was like, yo, man, I like that feature. Those are those things that just would pop up, and you know, you wouldn't be expecting it to pop up.
Have to do a go around here on a mid-runway approach.
All right, we got top of descent showing up on the FMC now. 648 Zulu. So that's in about 30 minutes. So we are now under the 1 hour mark.
Flying heading 190,
We
7,000.
are going to get a few micro freezes because we got a lot of scenery loading up on the ground.
What was that, to where?
California area.
202, your reback was correct. Just go ahead and ident.
Not a lot, but enough. But with that being said, let's do this. Pop the EFB out. Make it much easier for you guys. Something else is loading in. Probably LAX and San Diego or something. Terminal trucks.
Talon 23, connect SOCOM approach 128.05, good night, sir.
Los Angeles Center, good evening,
Delta 1918 entering your airspace.
VOR, no terrain issues along this path so far. We're slowing down at Skull 280, absolute 250.
1918 LA Center, squawk 6526.
We'll keep stepping down from there.
In the box, Delta 19.
Drawing the hider.
9202's radar contact.
Intro to the arrival.
202, I am.
And we're gonna continue up to Aguilar. Because that's landing directly east.
Turn
We'll be
left,
landing
heading
west.
080, climb maintain 8000.
Again, continuing to step down. We got another absolute at Chavo and Limo. Chavo and Limo.
Heading 080
around
and
1,000,
8000 on the
7,000.
altitude.
Got some terrain right there to keep an eye on. And I believe
Air 5
there's
Golf Juliet, evac
still
sir.
some terrain off on this area over here. But yeah, other than that, we should be able to.
Heading 083.
Arrival should be pretty easy.
Yeah, 202, say approach request.
And again, we landed 25 left as planned.
Same approach that you did.
Yeah, pull up the approach.
Stay over here to Burden, intercept this in, and do a RNAV 19er right, or 19er left approach.
Yeah, 202, runway 19er left is closed. It'll be the RNAV Zulu runway 19er right for you at 10. Expect a radar vector.
19er left closed.
I got 110.75. We actually already have runway and everything set. So that'll be an FMC for 110.75. Approach final approach push 258. 3,000 at Skady. Final approach routes. Got 1326 on the
1918 is radar contact, 20 miles north of Tuba City, VOR, safe flight level.
Level 400, Delta 1918.
1326. That's too much. Going back to 1326.
Bearing 741, cross, runway 19er left, runway 19er right, clear for takeoff.
Okay, we're going to be crossing 19er left, then I'll call you when ready.
Finally get over land, it's overcast.
That's bearing 741, runway 19er right, clear for takeoff.
Alright.
We're going to need a few minutes, bearing 741.
MSA
okay, bearing 741, hold short of runway 19er right at the approach and cancel your takeoff clearance.
Okay, we'll hold short at the end, bearing 741.
Bearing 741, reback, cancel takeoff clearance.
5,000.
Cancel takeoff clearance, we'll hold at the end, bearing 741.
So what's the highest obstacle? Or highest obstacle. Here I don't see you though. Oh, there he goes. Way down there. That's a non-factor. Actually, I think that's a part of the arrival that, like I said, we'll be coming in over. Yeah, straight out the Poppy. Out the Poppy and right turns. So we'll probably do a parallel entry. Depending on how we feel, teardrop entry, get back into the pattern if necessary. That also depends on what the
Air 5 Golf Juliet, LA Center.
Out. I got a standard 3-degree glide path. We'll probably be doing about 140 anyway. So 743 on the glide on the descent path. And
yeah, 202 descend to maintain 6,000.
2 minutes 24. Again, all this is back to
202, 6,000.
Got medium approach lighting system
202,
rail.
Turn right, heading
Happy
is
lights will be
080.
on the left side for runway 25 left.
202 heading right.
Yeah, missed approach information. Let's do 1326.
What was that?
080.
Unfortunately, we don't have the approach lighting system. And we actually can do a circle to land in category D. Airplane in Charlie.
And we're ready to go.
Won't be doing that though.
Starting 741, runway 19 right, clear for takeoff.
Alright, what's loaded?
Takeoff 19 right, clear wing, 741.
Alright, Just drop this back down.
And LA Center,
Like I said, about 11 minutes we'll get our
Heavy
speeds
with
and stuff.
you
also.
on the Keens 2 departing from Phoenix Sky Harbor.
Set that to 80. Oh, somebody's going to Phoenix.
Tahiti 17 LA Center.
I see some land down there. I see
showing on my radar
mountains
scope. Yeah,
to
they call me about
land
20
at
miles
that
from the border.
Okay, very good, sir.
cloud level is sitting over the top of us.
Well, altitude alert, United 202, checked our altitude immediately. Last time altitude was 6,000. Advise to climb and maintain 6,000 immediately. Stay attention.
United 202, sorry, I was having some GPS issue here. During that mid-approach, I was trying to get some things sorted.
United 202, do you have a field in sight?
I'm sorry, United 202, can you repeat that?
United 202, do you have a field
We'll
in sight?
likely turn off the weather radar, because like I said, there's all the weather that was over the area is
United 202, cleared visual approach runway 19 right.
Southeast.
Clear visual approach 19 right, 202.
So we'll go in with the terrain, radar on, and weather radar off.
Spring 741, your radar contact stay altitude, climb and maintain thought level 360.
Okay, 3,000 all the way to 360, okay, 41.
We still only have, we're not doing bad, we're still only 10 minutes out. 10 minutes ahead of our expected arrival. We're over California right now, finally back over some land.
United 202, runway 19 right, clear to land.
202, runway 19 right, clear to land.
Got 23,000 pounds. Aircraft 13.7.
LA Center, good evening.
Yeah, it was
Zero wing
severely
1850,
lower
taxi with
than
golf.
what our
Springs 1850, LA Center, runway
says
19
we
right,
should
taxi
have.
Delta. Hold
Yeah,
short of
sorry
runway
about
19
that.
left at the approach end.
19 right, Delta, hold short of 19 left at the approach edge, favoring is 1850.
about 6,000 pounds less than. Should I put the approach in there? Yeah, I did. Fixar. So we're going that far out? I don't know.
Frontier Flight 2782, Clutter X Gold.
They turned in at a mech. Oh, we got
American
some light chop.
697, Clutter X Gold.
Yeah, direct skull, American 697 heavy. Or direct. It didn't save much time. Still 48 minutes out.
United 202, second missile approach, sorry about that.
At 202, enter right traffic for
We got
runway 19 right.
22.8 on the backup.
Entering right traffic, 19 right.
5.
Delta 1123, contact SoCal approach 128.05.
1.05, Delta 23. Good day.
Good day.
Some sort of ring.
LA Center, Hawaiian 111 is up flight level 370 on the Iron Man 2 to Los Angeles.
Hawaiian 111, LA Center, radar contact 30 miles northeast of the Avenal VOR. American 138, radar service terminate for gate change.
That's in the, double check, make sure my...
And LA Spear Wing 1850 will be ready to cross and ready to go at the end.
Springs 1850, roger. 202 Ryan, are you on autopilot, sir?
202.
I think we're getting a flight deck who just got me
202, roger.
worried
Make
about
a right turn and
PC
just enter right
shutdown
traffic for runway 1 and right, fly a traffic
want
pattern.
that to happen.
Right turn heading what direction?
Air.
Just a right turn to enter a right downwind for runway 1 and right, so a traffic pattern off to the west side of the field.
202, don't copy that.
202, are you familiar with the traffic pattern?
202, I'm not.
Sorry, United 202, second.
Unfortunately, I'm not.
Man, life looks
Okay,
different at flight level
202,
410.
United 202, just, it's basically you're just going to make like a racetrack pattern around the airport. So think of it just doing loops around the field and you're landing each time. So just make a right turn and fly parallel to runway 1 and a right.
No, 202, copy that.
That is down there. What airport that is? Oh, Burbank. Coming back in over the Burbank area. So we're north of LA. We should be over there.
Southwest 1464, LA Center, squawk 3323.
Burbank, Van Nuys, Whiteman, all that looks to be right down at the lowest.
United 202, traffic is currently about your 4 o'clock and 6 miles eastbound. Type is
Looks
Boeing
like you guys can see
737
that.
through 11000. You need to make your
That's
traffic pattern
downtown
below
LA.
at
Right
7000,
there.
please.
Making traffic below 7,000, sorry about that. I haven't been here.
No problem. Yeah, 202, just turn off your automation. It's just going to be a right turn. I can just guide you back into the traffic pattern if you'd like.
Make a right turn.
Just turn it off. Just turn it off.
United 202, roger. United 202, do you see Las Vegas Boulevard, the Vegas Strip?
Alright, let's get our performance data.
LA Center, Spurwing 741, any chance we can do 280 as our final?
Turning 741 to man altitude, maintain flight level 280.
280, Spurwing
386, burn
741.
another 20,000 pounds of fuel.
Our 9 Juliet X-ray traffic off your right side, type is Boeing 737 9600, turning westbound.
No, we got him in sight, 292 minutes.
I think it has. Maybe it dropped another degree in temperature. Time,
Our
551
9 Juliet X-ray cleared, ILS runway 26 left approach.
Clear ILS, 26 left approach, 292 minutes.
Almost an hour ago.
United 202, do you see Las Vegas Boulevard? It should have a bunch of fancy hotels and stuff like that on it.
27 miles. It.
United 202, don't yet have a visual. Coming around, still making this sharp turn.
United 202, roger. Southwest 1464, radar contacts, about 40 northwest of Fellows.
Hey, we
JR,
dropped
flight
another
level.
degree in temperature.
Flight level 350.
These people may be able to go to
Southwest
bed
1464, descend and maintain flight level
under.
240.
Nope. Nah, they're gonna wake up with a stupid 100. Man, imagine going to bed and you have your AC running all night and just like 80, just to try to keep it somewhere
735
cool.
LA Center, squawk
Gotta be
1564.
crazy. 2980, that's still the same. Got 8 knots on the nose, that still checks out.
Yeah, 202 airport is currently about 1 o'clock, so just off the right side of the first officer's window. Let me know when you got it in sight.
I think something's loading.
United 202, I got it in sight. Also managed to put myself on some type of approach. It's my next view.
Not available.
Stand by so I can give you that, please.
Yeah, 202, just turn off your automation, okay? So just manually fly the airplane, so with the stick and the throttle, just fly parallel to the airport. So the same runway that you went around on, just fly the other direction, but parallel to it.
Yeah, that's terrible there. Poor guy's gonna have to get it together.
8106, radar service terminate for new change cruise.
Was that for American 697?
Negative, that was for Qatari. Qatari 8106, radar service terminate for new change cruise.
Oh, I thought that was for me.
Qatari 8106 LA Center.
It's going right courts.
735 radar contact 30 southeast departure
Right,
VOR,
we'll do
safe flight
brakes
level.
We'll just do brakes for it.
320, Southwest.
This plane isn't going anywhere again tonight anyway, so they can smoke the
202, do you
brakes.
see the big pyramid?
We can smoke the
It's
brakes a little
nighttime,
bit
so there
tonight.
should be a big beacon of light coming out. Do you see
Let's
that?
smoke the brakes a little bit. Yes, dude, that's crazy, man. He should be flying manual anyway with what he got going on. He should be flying like that little,
radar
little
service for the change crew.
paramotor thing that you get in FSX. That's about as much as this guy should be using right now.
Good night, Qatar 8106.
Bad for him, but he's making it tough for the controller.
John Lane, clearance delivery 6150 Mike. You're going to hate me for this, but looking to pick up my IFR into LA.
It's 30 plus 8.
And aircraft calling at John Wayne. LA Center is about to close up, unfortunately. Sorry for the short notice, but National Aircraft LA Center is now going to be closing. No further ATC service is available. Change to advised frequency is approved.
Nice yep. Happy birthday, buddy.
Alright, we're on our own. I shouldn't have to worry about any air traffic. For AI anyway. Alright, that should be good. Alright, we're 41 minutes out. Ah, that hurt my back. Alright, 135 and 30 on the flaps. We got the VRAMs there on the table there. We're coming up on top of the set here in 17 minutes. Blazing down. We're still only 9 minutes ahead. Let's check this. No anomalies, no issues. Check. Notes good. Auto brakes. Auto brakes forward. This will wake the people up too. Yeah, we'll do auto brakes forward. Anybody that's sleeping, this ought to wake them up. Let them know you're on the ground. Get off my airplane. I want you waking up at the gate. I need you waking up on touchdown. This braking here will slam your face into the back of the seat. Kind of braking. That's what we're going for. All right, minimum is set. We briefly approach already as well. And the arrival, we'll go over that later. What about FPS dragging? FPS came back. Turn it back on. Alright, yeah, we're back. I feel like that's what happened to me though when we landed in I think we landed in Buffalo that night. Went to Buffalo, man. That he sat that joker down, man, and I was awake. Your captain says we'll smoke the brakes a little bit. Right? Get you guys in on this red eye. They're still at 100% satisfaction though, so that's all good. We'll roll with that. I think I was hearing that noise that I was hearing from V-Poly or something. emergency. Everything. Like I said, we haven't had to turn the seatbelt signs on once in the whole flight. We observe 100% satisfaction so far just from that alone. Got some excellent navigating here. Now these folks on the ground about 36 minutes. Man, things do look different at 410. You can almost see the curvature of the earth. Almost see it. Might not mean so much for you guys. I can see it. Sounding chaotic, to a guy not knowing how to fly his airplane, to back to peaceful, blissful silence. Right, Coach? Just like that. Go from a noisy radio to just quiet. I hope that dude did just I can make him say, you know what, I'm done. I'm just gonna go to bed. That's it for us. Hell, put the blinders on, man. Wake you up. What the heck's going on? Something's acting weird. Something's acting very weird. Something's acting strange. What's going on? No. Come on and fix. Just got very weird. Something just got very weird. Stay working. Yo, this is gonna suck. Come on. It's like it's still here, but it's just something's acting odd. Put my sim power up. I mean my PC power up. That kicks it back in. Yo. Yeah, something's acting very strange. This whole airplane just kind of. Let's see if I can bring this up. No way, man. No way. This did this at one point in the Airbuses. Let me see if I can, let me see if it comes back. I've never seen this. I haven't seen it be this bad. I'm trying to see what's causing it. Let me do this then. Let me see if I can save this where it's at. If I can save this, I'm going to save it and load back up. Because I have no idea what that is. Let's save that. So we're finishing this flight. Alright, let me see if it... I don't think it's gonna come back on this part. If this doesn't work, then yeah, it let me save it. I'm gonna likely log out and then just log back in, load right back up in the air here, and we're gonna finish this flight. Yeah, because it looks like it's not doing the do. PC looks fine. I think something must have just bugged out on the scenery or something. All right, hold tight, guys. I'm gonna end this and we're gonna load right back up here, finish out this flight. Okay. Hold on one second. Let's see if I can get it to just end. Let me close out some other things here. I believe I may have to just end pilot's life. Alright, they're closed out. I can close this out and load it back up as well. Alright, where's it? Those people stop screaming. Yeah, this is just terrible. Come all this way for that to happen. Alright, give me a moment, guys. We're gonna load this back up. Let me see something. Let me see if I resume, if it'll fix itself. It probably won't. It's probably gonna crash out. And it did. Alright, let's end it. And I'm gonna open back up. We're gonna reload from this point and go from there. Because that ain't gonna work. Reload, open pilot, V-pilot back up. Everything else is running fine. We shouldn't have had that issue. We should make sure everything closed. That should have closed on that. So I don't have any open anything. So just hang tight, guys. We're gonna load right back in here. Hopefully this SIM connect thing didn't end up causing the issue. It shouldn't have. Alright, I just want to make sure all necessary things have closed up. Alright, let's open it back up. Yeah, I'm glad it did what it did enough for me to save it. Yeah, no, I don't have none of that stuff open. On flights like this, I don't open any extra thing on my PC, on my sim PC. Yeah, I don't like running and opening all those extra programs and stuff like that. All right, it's coming back up. Oh, you said you heard the ATC drum. Hold on, you can't even hear me. Hold on. Why is my audio not coming through? Check, check. Oh, you guys can't hear me. Okay. I had to scroll down OBS to see the sound there. Heck's taking me so long. I'm not going to pick up anything anyway. Exit that. And I'll open that back up shortly. Alright, hopefully we don't have to mess with much of the flight. Once we get it open here and be able to complete it. Yeah, that's weird. I may have to start like heavily disable, because we do got to cross back over 3 other times. I think I may disable all of my California sceneries. That's what I may have to do. I mean, we were almost to Scully, and I don't have any traffic over there. Not traffic, but any. I got Palm Springs, but I think we were already past Palm Springs, if I'm not mistaken. I think we were already past Palm Springs. Court said they fight. Did you do the same setup as the return flight from PHL? Yeah, nothing changed on the flight, on the sceneries or any of those things. I haven't added any new scenery. I shoot up to the flight deck 40 minutes ago. I told them we were sleeping. Alright, oh actually I don't even need to do that. I just need to go to load. And should be this one, 1:45 a.m. Yeah, that's the correct one. You verify that though, 26. Yeah, that's right. Panel stage, loading a scenario or checkpoint. This could cause by civilization, fog, so removing a PNF file, or resaving a generated new one. Yo, this better put me back in the air. Hold on, let me see if I turn that off. Let me try it again. It said to remove it. I'm hoping it doesn't screw it up. Oh, it did load it. Okay, I guess I just got to hit OK. I thought it was gonna actually load it as soon as I selected it. All right, let's see what this does, guys. Let's see how this works out. What I'll probably do is just pause it here and there. If it's going haywire, hopefully I don't have to reset up the entire FMC and everything. Yeah, true that, FNL. Let's see what we get. Let's see, active sky, you're still going. Worst case, I may have to kick the autopilot on or something. Get all reset up. Hopefully it loads up exactly how it is. Right, let it load up here. I got the sim paused. Might be good. Well, let me get you guys out of here. Climbing back up to 410, altitude alert, that's going back up, climbing back. Let's go back to PNAV, LNAV, everything is still set there. Check the FMC. Checks. It's back. ASUS. Yes. Same flight, same time, same everything. Back, please. Back to the network. Oh, I gotta close it out. Alright, looks like we're good. I think we're good. Connect. Let's see. Just to be sure, let me finish my flight plan again. This is where I probably need to get reset the ACAR stuff. I can deal with that. We can deal without having the ACARs. Let's see, everything else looks to be good. Alright, we're back, guys. This is what I was gonna say. It'd be good to have FSU IPC loaded from the that save feature. These speeds are all still saved. Just double check checklist. My checklist is still good. Alright, 12.9. I think we're golden. Yeah, everything still looks good. Weather's golden. That's good. Let's get to we're off course. I feel like we're off course some. Which could be. Let's do this. Let's go directly. Yeah, Quartz. Vanille. Fingers crossed. Fortunately, it worked out. I'm glad it froze up enough to where we're still running. I can save the darn thing. That was the main part. That was the main part of it. Top of the scene pretty soon. Lights there don't look as bright as they did. It all looks good. Alright, we're back on course. Jeez Louise. I'm just glad it glitched so I can get in and save it. It's nothing worse than a hard freeze and then out of there. Alright, we'll clear that out. How do we end up with a camera option? Put the camera on instead of the Wi-Fi. So far, they're still at 100% too. I got to zap them with the Men in Black laser. We're back at 100%. Before we left, they were screaming and going nuts back there. Out. Oh, what's that F&L? Oh yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. I knew something was seeming weird because my FPS was dropping. See, now I'm back up to like 80, 70 to 80. And sometimes, like I said, oh, hold on, I gotta get my radios right. Radios, the frequencies are right, but I'm not picking up the frequency correctly up top. Alright, that's right. That's right, alright. But sometimes oh, you know what, I may have to close the Pilot's Life. I mean, not the Pilot's Life, but Active Sky and reload it. I don't know if the weather's doing exactly what it's supposed to. Oh, we're already hitting top of the scene. Yeah, I've noticed that sometimes V-Pilot will freeze up in a way or act weird where it'll just make my FPS drop. And now we're back between 40 and 100 FPS, so I don't know what that was all about. good. Actually still reading. It should be. Alright, we gotta catch the profile. It's not off by much. I'm back in play. We're at a flight over 390. Flight plan's still good. Yeah, I was gonna say, I knew it was gonna make me sign in again. No worries here, we're good here still, guys. Just gotta sign in. I don't know what's up with the charts here. It keeps making me have to sign in. Yes, allow charts. Alright, where we at? Skull. 280 at 250. Alright, weather updated correctly back again. Yeah, we gotta be at 250. We'll make it though, it's showing already good. Already gone over the descent checklist. .7 and 7.1 cabin altitude. We'll continue to come down. Slightly delayed on this. Real high 60s and 70s. good. 2 minutes out. Yo, you know the coolest sound is when the airplanes are coming down through descent and then the engine spool back up and you hear that on the ground. Yo, it sounds like a transformer's about to come out of the sky or something. It's the coolest sound, man. The engine's been at idle the whole time, then they start spooling back up, doing a descent. It's crazy. Yes, of course, I'm gonna bring it back up. Actually, let's do this first. Let's bring that down for that. Now. I was just thinking about that, the way those engines were just sounding right now. Plus 7 THE out of flight 220. It's on for it. Crazy hot. Still 5:51 on the time. 298. Set. Take all the clouds. There go the clouds. good. This is up. Yeah, I was gonna say this is updating. When we had that new window, it kind of. I remember this from FSX days where it frees up everything until it catches up, I guess. Pressurizing as well. Looking good. Quartz. It's already plus 12. We don't have to worry about any anti-ice at this point. Track correct. Alright, we're at 18,000. 280, 280. We're good on the left side too. Let's get some side lamps up. Logo light on. Lights coming on. We'll turn off lights coming on. Set that to 25. Checklist is already completed. What the heck goes through the bright thing? It's like radioactive towers or something. Smooth descent going here though. The ILS and of course showing up here, so we're good there. This might be much closer. Okay, yeah, pretty much vectors are fine. That's how we'll roll with it. No aircraft on fire. Double checking somebody taking off out of there. The front's here. Might be bats in traffic. No, it is not. Somebody's taking off out of there. Oh, it is bats in traffic. Yeah, the front's here. Alright. Heard about him. What if it was Spirit? Hey, it'd just be Spirit, I guess. Good old Spirit. Says 9 minutes out for vectors to final approach. And that's in 2 minutes. We're going to be slightly delayed. Just slightly.
Once again, unfortunately, it looks as though we may be a little bit delayed in our arrival. We'd like to apologize in advance for any inconvenience being caused, but please be assured we're doing our very best to get you on this.
Oh yeah, you're right. It's not international. You say I'm tired. Right at 12,000, we're descending very smoothly. We got the airport loading in, looks like. All right, F&L. Tom Hanks pranking out. stuck it there for, oh man, that'd be crazy. That ain't it. Shot at JFK or studio that almost. Oh, gotcha. Alright, let's get seatbelt signs on. Lights on. Now. Yeah, he was getting BK hamburgers for like a quarter. Holy cow, Burger King's expensive as crap in the airport now. Drag required. No drag in 210. Phoenix Sky Harbor traffic. American 697 heavy is on a left downwind. Runway 25 left, Phoenix Sky Harbor. Let's go flaps 1. Check this, ready to go. All airplanes are parked here.
To prepare for landing, please close your tray table and put away carry-on items. Place your seat in the original upright position with footrest stowed. We will now collect any items you wish to discard. We will be landing soon.
bouncing all over the place to slow down. Definitely try to here, FNL.
Captain 36 for London, please.
Altitude hold. Set 4,000. Slow down to 190 up here. Slow down to 180. We'll be coming up on the final approach fix here pretty quick too. Sky with traffic American 697 Heavy is turning base to final for runway 25 left in Sky. Flaps 5. LNAV. In Sky Harbor traffic, American 697 Heavy is on a 12-mile final runway to 5 left in Sky Harbor. Should see the localizer start to come in here. We'll arm it. Same with the glide slopes already starting to come in as well. Go ahead and arm it as well. Alright, we have the airport in sight here. Localizer capture, and should be capturing the glide slope here as well. Glide slope capture as well. Alright, let's go gear down. Flaps 20. Nose light on, taxi light on as well. On the speed brakes.
25.
Slow down to approach speed. Alright, gears down. Flaps 25. He'll sleep at you with us. But welcome to have you still here, sir. Thanks for that prediction. Let's go flaps 30. And Phoenix Sky Harbor traffic, American 697 heavy is on a 5-mile final, runway 25 left, Phoenix Sky Harbor. All right, got 3 green on the gear. Auto brakes are full, flaps 30 set. We're on speed on path on glide. Lights are on. Our folks in the back have already been notified to be seated. We're bringing her on in. Never land myself. Hey, I hear that, man. I hear that. All right, we got 8 knots on the nose as we have before. Let's turn terrain off. It's useless now. All right, 1,100 feet. And Phoenix Sky Harbor traffic, American 697 heavy is on a 3-mile final, runway 25 left.
1,000.
Phoenix Sky Harbor. And my airplane. Knots was 80. 70. 60. Reverses out. 233. Hey, that was pretty close to F&L.
Well, William, what do you think?
I like it, Randy. It's very nice.
Alright, let's get off of here. Phoenix Sky Harbor traffic, American 697 heavy is clear, runway 25 left at Foxtrot. Gonna cross 25 right into the terminal, Phoenix Sky Harbor. Sheesh, that took forever. Stop the clock. Alright guys, welcome to Phoenix Sky Harbor. Man, appreciate you guys hanging out this whole time. Really do. Yes, exactly. FNL. That's why I said no. This flight was too long. We're not ending it that way. I'm just glad it did it the way it did, to where we can save it. This bird's light. It's turning very easy. Stay on the taxiway, that'd be great. Boy, how does somebody have both of the parking spots? Somebody's got to go. Let's see, parking. 5. Why? What are y'all doing? I think it's over there is where it's going to be at. Let's start the man, guys, appreciate you, man. That was tough. All right, yeah, that was already on. Done. Shutdown come up short. So that's off. Yeah, I think it's right there where we're parking at. Yeah, there's the other Hawaiian right there. I had to get over here and get parked. Say the drapes. Phoenix, what did we have? 233. Not bad. 178 on the landing rate too. Just not bad. You got really close to FNL with 250. Thank you, FNL. Thank you. Right back to sleep. Right on, Adam, man. Thanks for stopping in just that quick. Looking at the Uniteds over there. Alright, we're in the Bronx. Fearless. Yes, sir. How are you, my friend? Very late night. We had a little hiccup, man, where the sim decided they wanted to just go to crap on us. So we had to, fortunately, it went to crap just enough for me to save it before it completely crapped out. So we had to load back up in the air from the save point. Fortunately, it all loaded up perfectly fine. So worked out for us, man. Welcome in. Let's shut it down. Let's get these folks out of here. We're 21 minutes delayed, but they'll be fine. Let's get the jetway up here. There we go, one. Good grief, man. Good grief. Let's get those off. Leave that on up there. Yeah, the unfortunately the ASUS just shot the crap, so we couldn't use it. I'll leave those on. Beacon light going off. Those lights are all off. Off. Those are already off. Get that off. Yeah, we already lost out on the ASUS system, so we couldn't do anything with that. Alright, ground power's connected. Turn that fuel pump off and AP off. Alright, we're in the blocks. Looks like that is it. Let's get these folks out of here. Call it a night. That, man, that was wild. Very wild, I must say. Oh, forgot to get seatbelt signs and stuff on.
Please open doors, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen from the cockpit, once again, we apologize for the flight delay and can you
Man, I appreciate you guys. Let's see what we got here. Well, good night to you, my friend Fearless. Thank you for stopping by. I can't believe I'm up later than Fearless, man. Something's wrong if I'm up later than the mighty Fearless. Let's get these folks out of here, man. This is wild. I'm just glad we was able to salvage it and everything worked out. That would have sucked, man. I had you guys here this long for that to happen. Absolutely would have sucked. So let's open the doors there. Let's upload the cargo deboarded here. 777 is on the ground here. Let's see what we have from Sim Kit Pro, while that stuff's happening there. Again, you guys already saw the 233. I don't think it's going to pull up the landing stuff. Yeah, it did. We got, well, we're somewhat in line. That is what it is. We got 1.78. This is what we've been getting, like mid 2s. So that wasn't bad. Getting that 1.78. They're still higher than normal. I may have to increase that on the channel points. Let's close that. Oh yeah, FNLC and United over there. Back to watching landing. Oh, you went back to watch the landing. Guys, you're doing well, man. Thanks again, Fearless, for stopping by for this long haul here that we have. Was not expecting it to go this long. Actually, it was. It was supposed to go 47 minutes over, but it did. It definitely did. Let me hear up at the end, self-loading cargo, so we can see what that flight report yielded. Hey, we got exactly what we were expecting there. There we go. A-. An A is an A. We'll take it. We shall take that A for all that it's worth. Not minding the landing rate. We go what's in the chat. 93%. Let's see. Again, we were off 27 minutes late. We were in the blocks. 20 minutes late and we still got an A. We'll take it. 20 minutes late, leaving 20 minutes late in the blocks. And we still got an A. We'll take it. We will absolutely take that. Yes, keep them drunk and keep them happy. Exactly. Wrong thing. Let's get this 777D boarded here. We're gonna bring up the outro, and I'm gonna raid out to somebody. We got 10 folks in here. We'll raid out to. We had a ship I was looking at earlier still on. I think he is. He is. We'll go over to our good friend here. Let's bring the outro up. Again, absolutely appreciate you guys hanging out. FNL coming through with the 50 bits earlier. Pure Luck with the 6 bomb raid. We had Dane Flats with a rate of 11 earlier. We got Sinoways with the follow earlier. That was pretty much it on that behalf of things. I gotta put the close this out. Yeah, man, FNL Ports, our good friend Fearless stopping by. We had JW stop by early as well, early on in the flight. Again, Dane Flats with the raid. Pure Luck coming through with the raid. I appreciate you guys. Bill, United Bill stopping by and hanging out. Again, man, I appreciate you guys. This was a very interesting. I know on the next one's coming back, we're probably going to disable all my California stuff because I don't want a chance that happened again. It could have just been a fluke or something else. I may have had it too cold in here. It's probably what it was. Turn that off now. But yeah, let me give y'all's points too. I'm mistaken. Let's see. Channel points. 30 and 30. We were above 1.5. So that to you guys as well. I didn't put up much on it, but hey, it still counts. Said it was that's cool. Get it from my seat. Right on FNL, man. Again, appreciate it. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Again, I'm gonna go over and speak to Fork and Toasters here, and then I'm gonna head to bed as well. I gotta get up to work. But again, I appreciate you guys hanging out. Ports, FNL, you guys was here, man. I think Ports was here for the whole flight. FNL, you came before takeoff too. Decimal stopped by earlier as well. I can't think of everyone else who stopped by. Easy guy. I hope he gets that situated. If not, I'll look out for him here later on to get him taken care of if I can. But yeah, other than that, guys, man, I'm gonna call it a night. I'll see you guys on the next one. Haters, you too, Porch, man.